Wait.
happening.
Wait. Alright, I think we fooled him. I think
do
we're
a
good.
one-liner now?
Alright, let's do a fraud.
Let's do fraud.
Don't make me get the gun.
Man, I can't wait to commit fraud with my friends.
William, get the gun.
Fraud me, daddy, please.
I can't wait to defraud somebody.
You can defraud me after daddy frauds me. How about that?
I vote we never let him speak again.
I just want someone to unironically use the phrase fraud me, daddy. Is that so bad?
What if I told you it was
that's a-
used often?
I don't know if
some
that's a
jargon right
verb.
there.
I mean, yes, you can fraud someone.
Can you?
Well, you can defraud someone.
Apparently,
Same
it's
thing.
because "de" is the Latin for "from." That's where that phrase
I
comes
hate
from.
the English language.
Well, the dumb thing is, like, if you decontaminate something, you're
Yeah.
not from contaminating it.
I mean,
Because it comes from a
you
different
could
thing.
be. But maybe that's what happened and why COVID got out of China. Because they couldn't figure out decontaminate and contaminate.
Except they don't speak English.
That's
Listen.
the point.
Yeah.
That's why they couldn't figure it
That's
out.
why they couldn't figure it out. English was their, like, third language.
English is my third language.
Oh, Alex, before I forget. Oh my gosh, hold on, let me send this to you. I almost forgot. I was working in the library today, and I had to reshelf this manga, and I think
Yeah, say that.
I think you're gonna like it.
I really hope you just send her a picture of, like, a gun.
That doesn't
Whoa.
make any sense.
It doesn't have to. It would just be funny.
Once again, I reiterate my want to
And
never
it's
let him
about
speak.
bees.
Bees?
Dude, that's so funny. Wait, hold on.
That looks awful. I hate that.
I forgot to at you. So you know. Dude,
Oh my god.
Dude, read the back, man. It only gets better.
Jesus. We're losing it today, but that's okay.
I meant to do that when I got home, but I forgot. I'm sorry.
Should be.
After sneaking your way into the occupied lands of Kintaran, where both the Red Band and those loyal to Korvir seemed, though at odds, still in the singular goal of existing in the lands of Garland, you first went to Boralis, where you rested and eventually broke a binding that was in the possession of the Red Band, and then made your way towards Virat with a holdover in Mortis Miter for repairs and last-minute preparation. Making your way into Virat, you found a potential ally in... Almost said the wrong name again. In Alicia Morgaine, a girl who has apparently been here for at least a little while and seems to have ways of moving throughout the city fairly unseen. With something of a foothold now and a place to work from, made your way into Virat, where you found out everyone was weirdly happy and seemed okay with how things were. You waded your way into the inner parts of the city, not as far in as the central keep or the inner courtyards, but at least into the city inside the walls, and it was much the same here. Though more densely populated, it was still just people weirdly happy, and just kind of had to have this strange realization that something was going. Eventually, as the day grew long, you all found your way, through one reason or another, towards the Rebels' Cause Tavern, where you began to eat and wait the evening out, so you could see this Korvir, if not face-to-face, then at least in the flesh. So, as the afternoon turns towards evening, I ask unto you all... Owen, Rom, Simon, Evian, Alicia, Ishri, and Walker. What are you guys doing?
Somebody has a bread bowl to eat.
Yeah, the
Yeah, that's me.
Alicia ordered bread bowls for.
Oh no, I already ate mine. Sorry.
Yeah, the Owen, Simon, and Alicia group.
So, while you guys eat your famous garish bread bowls, now of the Virat variety, you spend some time. I know, I believe it was Owen, Simon, and Alicia were doing the, I know some of you were sitting, like, at the next table.
Yeah, the
trying to do-
non-red
yeah.
band disguised dudes were
Yes.
sitting at the next table.
We're being spies.
Do. As we order food.
So, what is the plan, guys? You have ordered food. This is picking up, you know, a couple hours later after you guys have, you know, eaten. You've rested a bit. Got everything set up. You have a base of operations, if you will. What are you doing?
Owen,
Aye.
should I send a message to any of the other group just to make sure everything's okay with them, and then we can go closer to the keep and wait till Korvir shows up?
Ben, how close are we? Like, how close together are the tables? Because I imagine Owen's sitting with his back to
Probably,
the others.
there's probably like 4 or 5 feet between, you know, enough that people can get up and walk in between the aisles, but not a lot.
Okay, so in that case, he'll sort of clear his throat pointedly, and he'll say to Alicia, no, Alicia, I don't think we'll have to send a message to the others to meet us outside the keep at sundown. I think they'll probably just meet us there. He says rather loudly.
From where he's sitting, Walker's eyes are just fucking pointed towards Owen, but without actually, like, turning his way.
Wouldn't want them to miss the show.
Sounds good.
Oh.
Then we should head out after we eat.
I suppose we should want to get a good spot.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, you guys finish up eating. Is there anything else you need to do before heading towards the main entryway to the Shathmore Keep?
I have a question.
Yep.
So I imagine Owen has eaten at this establishment many times. He, like, assuming the employees are the same, or, you know, some are the same, how does the, like, maybe not quality, but, like, just, like, does the food taste better, worse, the same?
It's similar. It is definitely not the same. Like, it definitely seems like, you know, like someone else trying and doing a pretty good job at replicating a recipe type of thing. Like, it's all similar. It's not exactly the same on pretty much all accounts. There are a couple people that you think you've noticed in the past here that work here, but for the most part, it seems to be different people than a couple years ago.
So there's no, like, obvious, you know, drop in quality or anything like that?
No, like, it's different, but it's still good. It is definitely, like, you know, like someone is trying to emulate what was already done. And doing a pretty good job.
Interesting. What about the I know Owen didn't really talk to her very much, but does the barmaid, she didn't seem as happy-go-lucky as everybody else. Does she, like, if Owen, throughout his meal, if he keeps, throwing glances her way and watching how she's acting, like, does she seem not like the others?
Give me an insight check. See what you've noticed over the course of your couple of hours here at the tavern. Best you can tell, she seems like she's working really hard at a very understaffed establishment. And beyond that, like, there's definitely a little more stress. Like, these people are trying their best to keep this place going. But it doesn't seem like she's unhappy, just stressed out with the amount of work she has to do. Like, she has not had a chance to sit down probably in 6 or 8 hours at this point.
Overworked feels bad, man.
Anything else?
No.
Goes to all of you.
Is this table, or is this bar busy enough that if Ishri casts a spell, people probably won't notice?
It's getting there. Like, it's getting, like, as the as the afternoon turns towards evening, it is definitely getting more packed.
Ben, do I know if many Soul Striders walk around this part of the town?
Oh, no. You would know Soul Striders rarely, like, they don't really fraternize with others that often. Pretty fucking rare. Like, unless they specifically want something. They mostly are within the keep or hanging out with Korvir.
Okay.
Hanging out like buds.
So, like, we might see one when Korvir comes out, but we probably won't otherwise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can Ishri try to subtly do a spell? Not the source word, but...
Yeah, like, what are you trying to do? Like, is it just...
Detect evil and good. It's verbal and somatic.
Okay, I would say the verbal you can hide easily enough because there's a lot of talk and you can just kind of, just give me a sleight of hand check.
You could shove your hand inside of the pie.
There's also a dog in her lap. Just saying.
Yeah, that's
That
what it's
is
gonna
true,
be,
too.
trying to fake petting her giant dog in her lap.
While doing
Wait, hold on. The
weird
dog's not supposed to
gestures.
be here.
Oh, you do your best. Those sitting around you are like, okay, but it seems no one noticed, or if they did, they're not, like, everyone looking around like, it doesn't seem like anyone either is saying anything or doesn't care.
Can Walker, keep a keener eye out for that type of thing? Anyone
Give me a
who
perception check.
seems interested in our group, especially, or the group that's sitting 5 feet away from us?
Oh boy, I need to double check something very important real quick. Oh, detected evil and good in a tap. Okay, the bartender woman is coming off as undead. There are about half a dozen others within 30 feet of you as well, mostly patrons that also come off as undead.
Oh my god, they're all vampires!
What percentage of the patrons are undead? Are any of them red band or
Well, it's only within
civilian?
30 feet, so you'd need to,
Yep. So percentage of the people within, if we're doing, like a population thing. People who've chosen.
I mean, are you gonna like try and like get up and go to the bathroom to like go throughout most of the?
Because it stays up for
10 minutes.
Yeah, Ishri will kind of like maybe get another drink.
Okay.
Go outside to piss, etc.
All told, out of about, I'd say there were about 70 or 80 people. You guess it. Give me a perception check. Let's see how well you can guesstimate the amount of people in this bar right now. Okay. Yeah, probably closer to 90 people, and out of that, maybe 17, 18 undead. You know, 4 or 5 out of about 90. there are maybe 4 or 5 red band. The person behind the bar, like not the bartender, but what looks like a someone who is currently cleaning the, like, taking dirty dishes back behind the bar. Kid maybe 16 comes off as undead. The woman that you spoke with that has been the waitress and has also been doing a lot of the overworked one that Owen's been vibe checking, she comes off as undead. And some of the guards come off as undead.
Did Walker see anyone looking at us or paying attention to us or anything like that?
Definitely a couple people looking at Ishri weird. Yeah. Like, more weird than they already were. Like, Ishri generally comes off, even when she's disguised and things, she still comes off as kind of weird and out of place, and we'll definitely notice she was doing something. They don't immediately seem to have cared. Like, they noticed she was, like, doing something weird. There's a chance they noticed she was doing magic.
No one's like made the connection. No one's like like making like the.
No one's freaking out or anything. No.
Okay.
Like, if someone noticed, then they just like acknowledged in their head, "Oh, she must be doing a spell." Oh well. Like, that seems to be it. Like, no one really cared.
If Walker gets that before Ishri gets up to do her thing, he would probably elbow her and say, "Cool it, people are looking."
Ishri, probably as she's walking, it probably doesn't help because she probably looks a little stressed.
Oh, did you disguise self before?
Yes.
That would have fallen because they're both oh no, disguise self is not concentration. I'm thinking of detect magic.
Thank God.
Yeah, I'm thinking of detect magic, not disguise self. My mistake.
You're fucking scaring me, Bob.
Listen, I'm all messed up because Alicia's laying down right now and it's weird on her token.
Robert will read Horror
fix it.
Stories Part 1.
Ow!
I don't know. I don't know how to rotate tokens.
I don't know.
Easy, just undo what you did.
Yeah,
What
you
did I do?
managed to rotate it that far. Rotate the rest of the way.
But how did I rotate
I
it?
don't know.
I zoomed in and it was rotated. Like, I didn't see anything happen when I loaded the map.
Anyway, so yes, Ishri, after a few moments, making your way to the bar, kind of looking at people heading back, keeping as vague as you can. Yeah, it seems like 17 or 18, give or take, out of about 90 people you moved through.
Wait, hold on. This is really important. What about our new friend?
What about Owen? Is Owen undead?
Our new friend Owen.
Our new friend. Owen.
It's new because it's the undead version of him.
He's a robot.
Ishri, from what you can tell, Alicia does not seem to be not seem to be any sort of strangity of evil or good.
What about the rest of us?
Rest of you seem okay. No one
Is Simon
does.
secretly a Deva?
Oh, he's a diva, all right.
The only thing Simon is a bad bitch.
Simon
Sure. Anyway, so yes, Ishri, after a few moments, you get back.
Is the air desecrated? It was desecrated last time, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, there's still that faint, uncomfortable desecration.
Is after she gets back, right?
Yeah. So I think she was with Owen and Alicia, right?
What? No,
we're sitting at a different table.
She was with Walker, but we were all sitting. They were sitting
Walker,
with
Evian, and
Rom
Rom.
and Evian.
Yeah.
Oh,
Team
okay, so-
team secret red band.
And Team Red Band dress.
Yeah, not the magic cars.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
not
Okay,
Magic,
sorry.
The Gars
Well-
and friend.
She goes.
Dirty mages.
She goes back to her appropriate table, and she says, it's not safe in here.
You mean more than before?
There's a lot of, I don't know how to say this so no one hears me. It's, a lot of, Ishri kind of leans forward and Ishri whispers, "Not everyone here is living."
Do we hear this? The other group?
Dude,
I
it's
assume-
Ishri, bro. We have to hear.
I mean,
Wait, but that's bad if we can hear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's very bad.
How quiet
being
is she?
careful, right? Like we're
Ishri is not
It's loud.
quiet at any point, but I would say
How loud is she?
with
is the
passive
question.
perception, Owen would be the only one of the other group to hear. I would say.
Okay.
Not Evian? Oh, wait, no, I'm that
Evian's
group. Never
right
mind.
next to her.
So he does, in fact, hear.
Yeah.
you don't-
Seeing her being very nervous, Alicia is going to cast a message and just like through a whisper in Ishri's mind, she'd hear. Oh wait, I just have to double check if there's a maximum. Okay.
Ishri, what's the matter? You seem very nervous. You can answer back through a whisper.
And what
I should
language is
just
this in?
Oh, that's a good point. I forgot. She'll message that to Walker instead. Ishri looks very nervous. What's wrong? You can answer back in a whisper.
Walker just say, "We'll talk later," and then he'll say out loud, "Well, if you don't like the place, let's go somewhere else." And he's gonna just stand up and walk out. Wait, did we pay? We paid, right? I'm assuming we paid. I'm gonna assume we paid already because we've been sitting there for a while, right?
I mean, yeah, you guys left coin, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably on the table. You did the whole thing where like everyone like pools the cash together and just leaves it there, and then the waitress will pick it up when you leave.
Yeah, they can figure it out. Yeah. Hopefully the rest will follow suit.
After
We'll go ahead and say, yeah, I mean, there's plenty of taverns, I'm sure. And she'll also get up and, like, just kind of, like, make a come on gesture and also leave.
Team Dirty Mage is going to wait several long moments, maybe even minutes, so it's clear that we aren't leaving together.
All right.
I'm assuming Sin just walked out confidently because she doesn't give a shit at this point.
Yes, Sin is right next to you.
I mean, what are they going to do? Throw her out?
Walker's going to direct Sin to wait somewhere near the entrance to the tavern, and for the others, and then lead them to our group after, once she sees them. And then he's going to try to direct the group into somewhere away from others. Alley of some kind, probably.
Moving through the town towards the alley, Ishri, you are still getting roughly 1 in 4, 1 in 5 people that you detect are undead. As you guys make your way to an alley, about 15-20 minutes go by.
Is there any, before you get to that, is there any consistency in like age, gender? I'm sure Ishri doesn't give a fuck about income, so it's just gonna be age and like gender. The only things Ishri can notice.
Not particularly. Like, about 50-50 male-female from what you can see. Age, you haven't really seen a lot of very old people, and though you've seen kids, you haven't really seen kids around the bar or anything here. But, no real consistency between, late teens, between, 15, 16, and, 60 or 65. Everything between them seems roughly consistent.
Is everybody here a human?
I would say 95%. You've seen about maybe 2 or 3 dwarves, maybe an orc or 2, and no elves. And no ASMR.
Was she able to sample any of them and see if any of them were undead?
Of the 2 orcs you came across, 1 was undead, and of the dwarves, none.
Cool.
And a little while goes by before Owen, you... by the way, guesstimate on cost. They did not ever, like, tell you a final total, but, like, based on Evian and Owen's knowledge, the 4 group was about a gold. Owen, what you guys ordered, was probably about the same. Probably closer to 1.5 gold on the table of 4, because you guys were there longer and ordered more food.
Walker would foot the bill for the 1 group, and, you know, keep in mind that he's going to get Simon to have Simon mark that expenditure down later. And then, yeah, once he leads the group to the alley, which I'm assuming we have no difficulty doing.
Yeah, no problem. An alleyway.
Ishri, what the hell are you talking about?
You sure using...
Huh?
Sorry, I cut you off, sorry.
No, go ahead. What about Ishri?
Oh, I was just saying, she's aggressively petting her emotional support dog. That's all I was going to say.
Ishri, what the hell are you talking about? Some of them are dead. Like puppets? Like someone's...
No.
Probably means...
I didn't want to say it, but I guess saying they're not living wasn't any better. But they're undead. I don't know, like 1 out of every 4 or 5 people is undead that we've passed.
Now, remind me, folks, did we run to undead before? Besides, like, the Shadowfell? Was that the only place?
No. Weren't there...
I mean, we ran into some ghosts. Some ghosty things.
Oh yeah, there was a ghost in the one thing. We never really established
in the one spooky circle, wasn't there some stuff?
The death circle.
Yeah, there was some weird stuff there. Yeah.
And also the wand that the Knolls had could make zombies.
Yes, there was one zombie among them.
Oh yeah.
So I guess Walker would respond. You mean like in the Shadowfell? Like those things?
I mean, those are a type of undead. Or vampires. Those are also options.
Vampires are undead.
I assume this is true.
Did we know
I don't remember if we established that or not.
I believe the discussion we had is they're kind of on the line of... Like,
that sounds about right.
They have, like, negative energy about them similar to undead, but they're not reanimated.
So would they ping on... For Ishri as undead?
Yeah.
Oh. Then Ishri would say... I mean, vampires would count in this category as well. Yes.
Fuck.
So... Would it make sense to think that Korvir had made them vampires?
I suppose.
Does that mean that these people are more powerful than they would be otherwise?
I really don't know. I mean, he's been promising immortality to a lot of people, and I suppose, you know, if you count on death as life, maybe it works that way. I'm not really sure.
Wasn't Alicia saying something about biting people and turning them into vampires as well?
Wasn't he giving them he was giving them his blood, right? It's how we know we can't kill people.
Let's hold off on the others. I told Sin to bring them once they left the bar.
As you guys leave the bar, you start walking down the street, and then a moment later you hear this just light growl, and you see Sin sitting in an alleyway. Once she sees you, she darts over towards you, and then just runs as if expecting the 3 of you to follow her.
At the light growl, Alicia will totally jump.
Like, as she bounds up to Teen Mage, Owen's going to sort of fold his arms and frown down at her, and he'll say, now, last time this happened, we got led through a harebrained chase through the city to something we thought was danger, and it just turned out to be food, so...
Reminder, that was Lily.
Mister.
Sin kind of looks at you and just, like, shrugs as best a dog can shrug and then keeps running. The look on her face is, it's up to you if you want to follow me or not.
Does she roll her dog eyes?
Oh. You guys following her?
Simon will follow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Owen mutters something about crying wolves, but then he doesn't like make like he's not hurrying. He just had a nice hearty lunch, dinner.
Probably bleeding in from a late lunch to a dinner.
Can't go running around after you eat a nice hearty meal.
Yeah.
Alicia
People
is
like-
not running after the dog. She likes to keep as much distance away from dogs that are growling at her as possible.
We follow at a stately pace.
Yes.
About 10 minutes after you guys talk, Walker, you get that notification from Sin. They're on their way. And then... and then
After
about...
clearing the notification from his smartphone.
Exactly.
Walker
About a
let the
minute
others
later,
know.
your Sin phone gives another notification. Bad traffic. They're going to be running late.
Owen's also, I think, you know, now that something's wrong and like, you know, I imagine the shadows are kind of getting a little bit longer in towards the later afternoon. Owen is practicing constant vigilance, and he is constantly on the lookout for somebody following his group.
And perception check.
Especially after leaving the tavern, I think.
Keep your eyes peeled. Just kind of occasionally pausing, looking around, doing your best to be casual about it. And about 3 minutes in, you go to turn down the alley, and as you do, you kind of, you know, do a quick scan of the entire intersection. That's the third time you've seen this woman from the red band, kind of a bit on the buffer side, not tall, but like still wide-shouldered. Kind of like braided brownish blonde hair. Definitely, like, at this point, if you see her again, it's definitely more than a coincidence.
Was she in the bar?
You did notice her in the bar, yes.
So she has left the bar around the same time as we have, and I've seen her twice since.
This
then.
is the third time you've seen her. You
The
saw her.
third
You
time.
saw her shortly after you left the bar, and then it was coincidence. Heading down the same main street, you go down a secondary street, a little bit stranger, a third time, and now if you see her down an alley, it's a biggie.
So rather than lead his companions down this very obvious alley, he'll sort of, you know, man, I really love that Owen's a spy now. He'll sort of like in a hushed undertone, he'll say to Simon and Alicia, "Don't look back, but someone is following us."
Do you want me to try to talk to her? Or talk to them, whoever that is?
It's a large woman, muscled, red band. Seen her
I
3
probably-
times since
Probably
the
can't
bar.
speak to her again.
Let's just keep walking for a while. The others will have to wait. Or not. Come. And he'll sort of more or less strike out at random into the city, you know, just
Is
trying to lose their tail.
Is Sin still in view as we've stopped? As we
No,
slowed down slightly?
she was leading you. So once you guys turned away from the alley, she kind
No,
of
but
like.
As soon as Owen has told us this, does she just continue ahead?
No, so what she did, as soon as she, like, saw that you guys were, like, in view of the alley, she darted down the secondary path.
Okay.
So she did not see you guys not continue to follow.
Okay.
You guys continue heading about another 2 minutes, when you don't see her, and then you kind of scan around once more, and you see her currently talking to someone on the street about half a block back, almost unnoticeable.
Is there, like I said, I was trying to lose her. Like
Yes. You
so I
take a couple of, you take a couple of turns, like, you know the city pretty well, so that it would be definitely, like, it would be obvious she's following you at this point if you see her again after taking a couple of strange turns. Like, that's what you meant, right? Like, taking weird turns and things to the point where, like, there would be no doubt they were following you.
Also trying to, I guess, lose her. Probably.
Yeah, were you trying to, like, run to lose her, or just...
No. Like, you know, I mean... I really don't want to say the thing, but, like, you know, he turns down a weird alleyway that leads to, like, nowhere, you know, and then, like, after that, like, he cuts through somebody's, you know, yard or so. I don't know. In an effort to confuse and lose, you know, he's not running.
Okay,
right?
well,
But,
are you trying to, like, okay, so you're trying to sneak out away from... I assume you were trying to, like, okay, I apologize. In that case, I would like you to give me I'm gonna say stealth check with advantage.
Alicia would say, whenever you can't see her anymore, just let me know. I can make us disappear a lot faster. It wouldn't be hard.
Let's try and avoid using magic. It might tip her off if she sees. And we might need it to get out of here anyway.
Fair enough. I'd probably be able to do it again, but that's fine. So, stealth. Well, this is, not the forte of Alicia, but we'll see.
Are we all rolling, or
Yeah, I think
I will say, Owen, you, the idea was it was going to be Owen leading it, but yeah, you can all give me stealth checks, it's fine.
And it is supposed to be at advantage.
I would say, Owen, all of you with advantage, sure.
Sure, okay. I'll just roll again normal.
Did I?
Well, that's a 7.
I don't...
At least Simon did well.
I feel like Owen would not leave his armor back. Did we already... We didn't... Like, I know he's disguised, but...
You didn't establish it.
He has a cloak on, and he's, like, has his hair braided and with some ash over it, but he could have his armor under the cloak.
Yeah, that's your call.
Is it common for guards to just wear armor casually?
I mean, it's common, yeah. It's very much like, you know... You show off what big dick you are by wearing your armor all the time. You know, it's weird. Weird, toxic masculinity posturing.
Except for the women also do it?
Yeah. It's just toxic big
humanity.
dick. It's toxic big dick posturing.
I don't think he would go somewhere like... he was also trying to remain incognito.
Well, it's not... If it's a common thing, and he has a cloak over it, it's not a super obvious kind of thing.
I think he would.
Okay, so you got a straight roll for stealth then.
Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
This is why Alicia suggested otherwise, but...
Oh, and by the time you guys circle back a couple of times, cut down an alley, make your way back, she's kind of almost a full block back, but like, she's still fucking there. And currently she's talking to someone... She's still fucking there. It's no longer... Like, you are no longer going in the same direction you were. There is no reason for this person to still be on the same path as you. It would be like, you know, you're doing that thing where you're, like, driving through a neighborhood and someone's weirdly behind you and you make a U-turn and they're still behind you 2 minutes later. Now it's weird. Now it's definitely someone following you.
I mean, we can walk up to her and try to figure out what she's about. We can also pretend we only know Garish, which would be true in my case, and she might just, you know, leave us alone after a while.
I suppose it depends on what she wants to ask us.
Are you sure it would pass?
Do you think just, like, lose them completely?
Yeah, like, what happened was, Sin darted down the alley and waited about a minute and then went to go look for them and saw they weren't there.
Did you tell Walker?
She was, like, up ahead.
Yeah, so she was, like, a couple minutes up ahead. So, yeah, she would be, like, after a minute or two, they're fucking gone.
Walker would like scowl more than he already was. Where the others are kind of sitting. Someone's leading the others, but it seems they disappeared. Kind of looks and waits for them to react.
Do we need to go find them,
I was
or?
going to say, is that something we should be concerned about, or should we just give them a minute?
Hard to say. They're not going to find us if they're not following Sin. But us searching for them could cause trouble. Rom, why don't you just contact them and let them know that we'll meet them tonight instead, and also ask if they're in any trouble.
All right, sounds good. Rom will send a sending to Owen, and it will be, Sin lost you guys. Are you okay? What's going on? We'll meet you tonight.
A few seconds go by, and he responds back. Someone followed us out of the bar. I tried to lose her, but she is relentless. Alicia wants to confront her. Hopefully see you at the keep. That's it.
Rom frowns. He said that he thought somebody was following him, and that Alicia wanted to confront him. He did say that he'd meet us later, though. Well, they would, I suppose.
Walker is going to internally direct Sin to head back on the path they had been going. Let her know that someone had been following them and see if she can pick up the trail on whoever had been following them. He's also going to mention that maybe we can try to find whoever was following them, or where they came from, to see how long they've been trailing us, or them at least. What do you all think?
My short-term memory isn't good. Did Owen say that they got followed from the bar?
He did, yes.
He did.
He said that they got followed from the bar, actually. So at least that long. I don't know about longer.
Might be good for us to know if that's where it started.
How would we figure that out?
Sin, bloodhounds, Ishri. It's what Sin is. They're very good at tracking scents. Specific scents, even in a crowded place like a city.
I suppose that's a good idea then. Yeah, let's do that. Lily the dog can help too.
Walker will nod and then try to lead the group to where Sin is.
You guys circle back a couple of minutes through an alley across a main street and to where Sin is. Meanwhile, as you meet up with Sin, Alicia, Owen, and Simon is that red band woman is still sitting there, currently not arguing, but having a fairly intense conversation with someone. Looks garish, but you didn't exactly get a good look at him.
Oh, well, she seems distracted now. Maybe if we quickly walk in another direction, she won't keep up with us?
It's worth a shot.
Just power walk down the street to some other direction.
Walk.
All right, you finish your discussion and get to the next intersection and make a hard right. Are you still trying to be stealthy about this, or are you just like trying
maybe
to
less stealthy, a bit faster, trying
Okay.
to lose her with different alleyways? I'd assume anyway, since
But
the
like
previous...
we're not sprinting when people
no.
can see us, right?
It's the power walk.
Yeah. I'd like to imagine too that
Large strides.
every once in a while Owen will do the classic Scooby-Doo corner peek behind him.
Owen, give me a perception check as you guys try and move more quickly this time. We lose this red band woman following you.
Also, Alicia will try to, once in a while, make the sound of footsteps from different alleyways as we walk away with minor illusion.
Pause for a second and just make it seem like you're going in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
After about 5 minutes, you kind of come out onto a main thoroughfare, not one of the big streets that circles throughout the city, but a sizable one that can fit a wagon going each way. And you kind of look to the left, look to the right, look behind you, spend a couple of moments examining. It seems you've lost her.
Well, that certainly gets the heart rate going.
Hopefully she doesn't find us again or alert too many people about this.
Probably depends on what she wants.
Yeah.
Would Owen remember her if he saw her again?
I mean, you didn't exactly get a great look at her face. Like, you would recognize, like, she's, like, maybe 5'1", 5'2", but broad-shouldered and had braided, like, brownish blonde hair. Like, she's not the most common build for a woman in the red band at all, so on that front, like, unless she, you know, changed her hair and dressed much less red band-esque, she'd probably stick out.
Owen will file away what he knows about her for later. Let's, why don't we just take the long way to the keep? Just get nice and lost inside the city.
Sounds good, Simon?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Is Onyx with you, Simon?
No.
Is he very far?
Not too sure where he is right now.
Might want to find that out before tonight.
I will, don't worry.
I mean, if he's in the city, shouldn't you be able to figure out where he is?
To recall him, would that be
Action.
an action?
It's just an action to bamf him back into his very annoyed, non-existent enemy plane.
Okay, but
And then an action to bring him back out.
Bamf him back?
Oh.
Can I bamf him back then?
For the course of 10 seconds or so, you focus and he appears back in your hand. It kind of flutters a bit, looking mildly annoyed.
Is he still a pigeon?
He is still a fat pigeon.
So,
That's right. Pigeon.
Onyx, do you mind just keeping a view around us? Make sure no one's following us.
Kind of does a soft pigeon-esque coo and rolls his little tiny pigeon eyes and flutters up.
Has Owen noticed a regular amount of birds? Since
No,
we've crossed
animals
the
in
river?
general have been less than you would expect.
Are there still some, or is it
Like
just
less or
are there
not?
just
A
none?
few. Like,
You should be fine.
yeah, enough that it would stick out a bit, but like,
They probably
Only,
wouldn't shoot him
only the
down
people
on
who are
sight.
looking up.
yeah,
right?
exactly. Like, there are still a few. Like, it would stick out in the sense of, oh, hey, a bird and Varrot, that's weird. But not in the sense of, a bird and Varrot, that's fucking weird. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so, I'm sorry, Simon, what is Onyx's job here? To make sure...
Make sure no one's following us. Basically
Okay.
staying behind, probably just sitting on buildings, kind of waiting behind us, or
Okay.
doing.
All right, give me a stealth check with Onyx and a perception check with Onyx. You have advantage on the perception.
Oh, I'll just roll.
Yeah, just roll again.
Okay. Hot.
And you guys continue onward further into the city. The small bits of outskirts, you were heading towards the outer wall. Now you're pretty much near the inner wall after circling around for that long. And, after about, well, what's the range on Onyx head, like?
100 feet, right?
100 feet, yeah. Onyx is keeping his eyes as peeled as he can. What are you guys doing?
Other group, you mean, or?
No. Alicia, Owen, and Simon, you guys are heading where now?
To the keep.
All right, you're heading to the gates.
We are taking the scenic route to the keep. Yes.
All right. To the gates of the Shathmore Keep, which is Garish for Great Shield. So, guys, make your way there. All right. Group Fake Red. What are you guys doing? You were sending. You were following Sin, who was going to try and figure out if she could find where they went.
Meeting up with Sin, who is going to see if she can identify the scent of the pursuer.
Of the pursuer? Okay.
Yeah.
Perception check with advantage.
Can Lily the dog also participate?
Oh my god, you guys have 2 bloodhounds now.
Well, bloodhound and a big old mutt.
Yeah, I was using the generic bloodhound term rather than the literal.
Oh, like 2 trackers.
Yeah.
I'm very blind. There's perception. Wow.
Oh, it's okay.
Well,
you got Lily to do all the bloodhound work.
Yeah.
And they begin kind of sniffing around, and then Sin is fairly overwhelmed and just kind of like trying to keep track. After a moment, Lily kind of pauses and kind of cocks her head to the side, then to the other, and just kind of like starts moving. Sin kind of follows behind her, and they begin moving in a direction.
Are they snuffling?
They seem to be. Like, they pause occasionally, and they're not right next to each other, but they do seem to be meeting up. Essentially comparing notes on smells for a moment.
I love it. Smell notes.
Ishri, Lily says Lily is definitely unhappy with the smells here.
You sure saying right? It's okay. Soon we'll get to go back to the nice, dank cave underneath the earth.
And you guys are following a healthy distance, like 30 feet behind?
Should we?
Or are you just sending the dogs to do it?
No, we're definitely going to follow them, but how far should we follow? The pursuer probably saw Sin with them, right? We can assume.
I mean,
maybe?
Sin was leading at a fairly healthy pace.
So it shouldn't be a too big of a deal since we've already been seen with the dogs, right?
Yeah, so we can be with them. We're saying with them,
Yeah.
with them?
Yeah, I think being alongside them, it works.
All right.
Unless Alex or Mitchell has any issue with that.
I mean, I don't see why not. I guess potentially it could be suspicious, but
Well, take our dogs for a walk after
I feel
dinner.
like we're not even that worried about suspicion at this point. We fucking sent Ishri in first alone, so like.
Hey, there's a chance that plan could have worked.
Was there?
There was a non-zero.
Anyway, move forward.
Your
With
mouth cut
them.
out, William.
We go with them.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You make your way further and further, following as Lily the dog and Sin begin following. And then finally, after maybe 15, 20 minutes, they kind of like look at each other and like they kind of like sniff the air a bit. They look back at you guys, and the general vibe you're getting is one of the like they weren't overtly following the person following them. They were just kind of following both, and now it's like, wait a minute. They kind of like smell the air. One of them stopped here. And then the Owen and Alicia and Simon, like they're like going, the other one stopped here. Kind of like sniffing around. You are pretty much near a moderately large thoroughfare at this point, like a wide road, one of the main ones crossing a secondary road at a 45-50 degree angle, and they kind of like sniff for a couple minutes, but they seem in disagreement for a moment, and then they kind of like head up to what seems to be a abandoned stall and begin sniffing around it, and after a moment they confirm, yeah, that red band woman was definitely here.
Walker is going to take a closer look at the stall to see if there's any secret passageways.
Give me an investigation check.
We Scooby-Doo now, folks.
We
not
ready,
Scooby-Doo. We Shaggy now, folks.
I'm gonna rip someone's face off, assuming there's a mask under it.
Let be walkers. Maybe he'll see better with that skin.
No, it seems like an abandoned stall. Lily and Sin seem in agreement that there was another smell here recently, that the person that was following was with someone else here, and then started heading in the direction of the main street, continuing down it. But kind of loot.
Alright, Sin. What you gotta do now is just keep that smell in mind, and if you smell anywhere nearby, you gotta let me know immediately.
Ishri looks at Lily the dog and says, Lily the dog, follow whatever Walker just said.
They both give nods, though Lily the dog's is very like, do I have to? And Sin's is like, I guess. Like, they're both very like, they've eaten, they want to go to bed.
Dogs love to do their jobs.
Dogs love to sleep. Anyway, so they very happily get back to their owners, and I have like you guys reconvene. What are you guys doing now?
Pretty late. Let's head towards the keep, find a good spot. Don't want to be too close, but we need a good view at least. Ben, are there any like buildings with like roofs you can stand on?
Most of them probably.
Is there any with street access to the roof?
You mean like? What do you mean?
With Evian there, everything has street access.
Shut up.
So what do you mean?
Like, a fire escape or something.
No, there are no. Nothing in Vermont is really up to fire code. They don't believe in fires here.
So here's my idea. Here's William's idea. So we use our multi-purpose tool Evian to become a fire escape, get us on top of a building that isn't too close, but still gives us a good view. Where we will not be
plausible.
Like, what's the tallest building like on the main street?
Probably like 2.5, 3 stories. There's not so like there are a few very large buildings, like that tavern you guys were in was probably a solid 3 stories with a big thing and like a nice steepled roof, but like for the most part nothing is more than about 2 stories. Yeah.
Okay, so William's idea is that we could this would not be something Walker brings up. It's just something I want to express to the group. If we find like something that has like a flat roof on the main street and we all sit on top of it, we'll have a good view of the thing that's going on without being too close. And if we're sitting, hopefully we won't be spotted either. Advantage of being higher up, and even can just jump up and use a rope to.
And you want to be somewhere a little bit away from a main street,
yeah, so it's not like super obvious,
so people can't immediately see.
Yeah.
If you bring that up, Ishri will say, "Oh wait, we're not doing this."
No, William's bringing that up.
No. I'd like Ishri within 60 feet of him, so she can magic eyes. If possible, because I want to see how much of his retinue is undead.
Yeah, so maybe a roof is a bad idea, unless we know he's gonna walk under it.
Well, it was a fun idea, but probably best if we just find a good spot just to, along the street.
All right. So
Or we can hang
perhaps an
out.
idea for later.
Yeah. That's a freebie for you, Mitchell. Feel free to, keep it locked and loaded for later.
Oh, don't worry. I had the exact same idea.
Mitchell's got just a belt of flare guns with ideas in them.
So, you guys make your way from the roughly southern region to the northeastern portion where the main entrance to the keep is.
With Walker's proficiency in stealth, can he help the group find a spot that wouldn't be too obvious?
What do you mean
if
by
we're
that?
just like chilling out? Just so we're not like a weirdly standout group.
So as you start to get closer, this would first be for. We'll get back to it. Alicia, Owen, and Simon, as you guys get closer, you would note. Oh, and there is this weird, uncanny valley moment, as there are just a small, very excited crowd waiting outside of the gates of the keep, which, outside of during the Siege of Varad, I don't think Owen's ever seen closed before, but they are. And the crowd is slowly but surely growing.
Simon and Alicia, they can. It's definitely audible to them as he, rounds a corner or the crowd parts or whatever, and he sees the gates of his home. They can hear his teeth just grinding in frustration, and he scowls.
A lot of scowling. I feel like it wrinkles.
I don't think he's gonna live that long, to be honest.
So anyway.
He's a McDurk. That's just not how it works.
So you guys get closer, and it gets to the point where, it's not shoulder to shoulder, but there is distinctly a crowd, 30 people, and then by the time you're 40, 50, 60. Some red band and heavier armor are keeping people a little bit further back. Just making sure that there is there's a path, so that almost like I give you a quick draw here.
Like a parade.
An art?
They keep the street clear.
Yes, but
Are
not.
they using riot tools? Do they have a sound gun?
Do they have an experimental laser?
Hopefully not a sounding gun.
You didn't hear that story?
Oh god. Hopefully not tear gas. Oh god.
Don't worry, we can just use Ishri on the tear gas.
Ishri doesn't cry.
She'll just smile while tearing up.
Oh.
That's pretty bad. I feel bad now.
You should.
Ugh.
You should.
Yeah. We have to be careful though. If someone like fucking Rom will probably say, "Oh, it's a delicious drink, juice drink, or something."
What?
Yeah, everyone loves lying to Ishri.
Something like that.
Tells Ishri when people are lying to her.
I feel like all of you always say that, and then all of you have told Ishri many lies, so it's fine.
Walker has never lied to
Many,
Ishri.
I think, is a stretch. For
Okay,
sure.
at least one each.
Many is not a stretch.
Walker has never lied to Ishri.
Anyway, the main street, there are no real buildings up against the inner walls, but beyond it there is the street, and it's for maybe 400 or 500 feet on each side. There are guards just keeping people. Does that make sense?
Where'd you draw it?
On the map.
There it is.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be.
Like parade route?
Yeah.
No, it's on each side, kind of circling, so it's like a semicircle, kind of.
What is he gonna practice mitosis and split in half?
Okay, I did think of an idea. So then.
Yank him.
Evian jumps on him from a rooftop.
Wait, did I say that out loud?
Do a fucking dive bomb on him. No. So around the castle, there's more city on the other side, right?
Inside it?
No, like the city is a circle, in the the castle's in the middle, right?
Yeah, there's the main
Okay, so if
keep
that's
and a
the
couple
case,
other
then-
very important buildings within.
We can have Evian find like a rooftop somewhere near the castle, but not with the rest of the group.
And jump on him by himself. Great idea.
And keep an eye on the castle and its guard patterns for the duration of it while he's leaving, so that we have an idea of what actually happens, how we might have a chance to get in, etc.
That's very smart, actually. I like that.
Yeah.
Then he
Even
won't
can
get to
like
see the
parkour up onto the highest roof he can find.
Yeah. And then Sin can just go with him, so that once he's done, she can lead him back to the
Oh,
roof. or
okay. I was gonna say, I don't think
Okay,
Sin's
Sin,
gonna be able to get up on
please.
the roof with me.
You can carry her. She's pretty small.
I could.
It is
probably
very
get up there.
unlikely in a city laid out like Virat that there will be a rooftop that's tall enough to see over the keep's walls.
It's a defensive strategy to not allow people in.
I am curious. How much
top of the wall.
taller? How much taller is the wall than the highest rooftop near it?
Well, here's the thing. There are no roofs right next to it. There is a distinct, like
10-foot gap.
I was going to say closer to 50.
Oh,
Luckily, Evian can jump more than 50 feet.
he can't
Right?
do that.
Yeah?
It's not a question of jumping or anything. It's built like a mountain, right? The keep is the peak, and you can't see over the peak from lower on the mountain.
Yeah, but there's some verticality to the horizontal jump, and there's some horizontality.
Evian jumping into the keep is not a good idea.
Well, it could work.
But if he
He could
can't
probably
see over
if
the
this guy's
walls-
up on the wall, they're probably visible, but he's not going to be able to see what's on the other side of it.
Yeah. Yeah, if
And
he
a
wanted
lot
to
of
see
people
onto the
will
other side,
see-
he would need to get onto the wall.
A lot of people would also probably see some guy making a huge jump across the main
Yeah,
street.
but it would be really badass, and they'd be like, "Damn, that's cool," and then they wouldn't
Let's
call
follow
the
him instead of
police or
Korvir.
anything.
Yeah.
Let's follow
This
him
is
instead.
Sorry,
this
own
is
call?
God
Shut up,
now.
let's all parkour. That's how we
That's
spin
what
a war.
it's
We all
called.
parkour together.
Yeah.
I think it's a good cult.
Anyway, yeah, so I guess that's not a good idea either. Well, worth a shot.
Oh, you tried. That's the important thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you get Miles's bounty, ideas.
As if waiting for a parade that you do not want to have arrive, Owen. Get comfortable, and it gets a little more cramped, as you wait longer and longer. Eventually, you see one of the right gate, the one that is so facing you left, but the right gate coming out. So the southern half of the gate open about 4 feet, and you see a Soul Strider come.
Sorry, I had a reaction.
And he just begins walking down and just kind of speaking with a couple of the red band that are standing in the street, just kind of motioning people back. You can't read his lips or anything, but he is definitely joking with one of them about something. Like, you see a hearty chuckle. And then, patting him on the shoulder, the guy kind of, does a little fake punch on the Soul Strider's, bicep.
And they disintegrates him, right? For his impudence.
No, they seem very buddy-buddy.
Oh, good.
I don't recognize him at all, do I?
You do not know.
Does Simon?
Yeah, just Simon.
All right, give me a
Can I
perception
see that
check,
far?
Simon. See if you can
Oh my God,
get a
that's
good
easy.
check on it.
Hey Simon, can you just write down every Soul Strider you know and their weaknesses and families we can exploit?
Also, what their
I
allergies
see.
are.
Yeah, allergies. Next of kin.
Oh.
Blood types.
Yeah, if we can use a peanut allergy against someone, that would be.
Evian just gets a bowl of peanuts.
Evian covers his
hands.
hands in peanut butter.
Peanut butter. Yeah.
Bean him with a fucking
Then he
peanut.
does poison damage.
Wait for him to chuckle and then throw it down his throat.
Oh my gosh.
Get
He starts
that. Wait, hold on.
casting
Get
his
Alicia's
spells.
sling and just start hucking peanuts at him.
He starts
Then
casting
could
a spell with
Walker
verbal
make him some
components.
peanut
Just gets
bolts?
peanuts down the fucking throat.
Anyway.
You recognize.
Oh.
It is his name is Martins Evelnor.
Okay.
What a loser.
He was tenured. He's 50s, maybe early 60s.
He's an old man.
He's definitely one of the older ones. He was, while you probably only spoke with him a few times, he was, from what you give him, I know you know a lot. Give me an intelligence. See what specifically you would know about him outside of the general.
That's pretty big, dude.
Big. He was a foremost expert on resurrection and on death.
Oh, nice, cool. Yeah, cool.
Super cool, dude.
The concept of healing, bringing back, like the control of life was his expertise. You would have heard stories of, like, you know, the reason the Sun King Albertus Tyros is like 700 and still alive is because this guy has kept him alive through arcane means.
Wait,
whether or not they're true, like, it's very much like it's... I'm sorry?
You said resurrection and undead, or...?
Undeath. Like, the idea of...
Okay.
Yes.
Like, not real
wouldn't that mean
resurrection.
he'd also have to be 700 years old? Because, like, if he
I
wasn't-
mean, it's... He's not literally 700 years old, but, like... Everyone that Simon, like, everyone who's interacted with the Sun King, he's got that old man vibe. He's, like... I believe he's in his 80s. And he's got, you know, liver spots, going very old and crotchety. So, like, a lot of the stories are like, man, the only reason that guy's not dead is because of him. He seems
So he can't
to
be that good at his job.
He's about the undead.
He is, as far as you know, the foremost expert on the line between life and death.
I think as soon as Simon sees him, kind of pieces it together in his head, and you can see Simon's face drop. You know, almost like backs away a little bit. That's... I know him.
Oh?
His name's Martin. He specializes in resurrection and undeath. It's...
And swears under his breath.
Well,
So
that's
things
a
couldn't get any worse.
That's a cheerful thing to specialize in.
Yeah. Of course he would be here. Oh, God.
Look at them. Smiling. Joking.
Couple of moments, you see him point someone out in the crowd. Hello there. Come forth. See this dude, maybe 20, come out, and he just, like, puts a hand on the dude's shoulder, and the guy seems definitely more garish than Lenorian, though there are no distinguishing marks either way, and, you know, you guys are pretty far away. But, comes over and, like, puts a hand on the dude's shoulder and kind of, like, pats it and chuckles again. And the guy seems like he's got a little bit more excited body language at that point. Like, definitely, like, a little more pep in his step as he goes back into the crowd after a moment.
Was he the guard that was sitting in the big chair?
No. No, this is someone else that he pulled out of the crowd.
So the Soul Strider pulled a random guy out of the crowd?
Yeah.
Is this like a selection thing?
Is he like standing up at the front?
The Soul Strider is, so, like, you're maybe 100 feet south of the gate or so. This is maybe 60, 70 feet north of the gate. He came out and started walking that way as he was talking to people, and then he, like, walked over, pointed a guy out, had him come out, patted him on the shoulder, joked with him for a minute, and sent him back.
Okay, so he's not, like, standing up there like he's just volunteered as tribute.
No, he called this guy out.
Got it.
after a few more moments, the rest of you do arrive, and it is pretty large fucking crowd. We're talking... By the time you guys get here, like... You know how when you're at, like, the front or near the front of a crowd, you don't realize how big it's gotten?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what's going on with the first three. You guys get here, there's at least 700 or 800 people here now.
That's fun.
You can blatantly see the vestments of a soul strider at the front near the gate.
Walker will casually comment that to the others. Try not to make it super obvious or anything. Yep. Soul strider near the gate.
I should probably stay away from them then, because I'm doing... And she kind of, like, puts her hand
Walker
up her
just
face, all
nods.
of this. But I would
Yeah.
love to get within 60 feet of where Korvir is going to come out, if possible.
So at this point, it's not obvious where Korvir would be heading, right?
It is not. Like, again, you guys are also on the southern side still, probably 300 feet south of the gate that he's presumably coming out of.
We'll keep it in mind as something that we can try to do, but for now, let's try to not be too obvious. If he does it every night, then there's always tomorrow.
I suppose, yes.
Guys, wait. I'm sorry?
What's the general vibe of the crowd?
A mixture of, like, excitement and nervousness. Like, people are talking, but, like, it's very nervous, like, no one wants to say it, but there are definitely a couple people who are like, I wonder if I'll get picked. That kind of thing. Like, that is the general...
What if one of us gets picked?
Gotta take one for the team.
Uh-oh.
Oh man, I hope it's me.
You'll be the first to explore.
Dude, suplex the vampire.
Vampire template.
If we get called, like, we're gonna try to gank him, right? Like,
In front of
Can
all
we?
these people that are super loyal to him? Yeah, that'll go super well.
I think it will.
It will or won't, tell you what.
Oh, I was going to tell you, I forgot. Pact Evil and Good's only 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be a new cast.
I mean, it's fine. We know Corvus is probably evil. I feel like that's safe to assume.
I
Well,
was
something
more
we
gonna be
assume.
giving her information about the large crowd you guys are in, but...
Oh, right. Oh, God.
I mean,
So at this point, Owen, like, are you guys at the front or, like, towards the middle?
no,
Okay,
no,
so you
like-
kind of are letting people get ahead of you and stuff.
like the idea. I mean, Owen's a fairly tall guy. I don't think Alicia's really tall, and I don't think Simon's that tall either. But like,
Isn't
he
Simon
wants
like 5'11"?
Yeah, Simon's pretty tall.
He's not super tall. He's,
No. I think he isn't.
like that.
No. He's in the. He's same height as Walker, right? Like they're both 5'8", something like that. 5'9".
That sounds
that-
about right.
Like
There was a
that.
height. There was a height thing at one point.
Anyway.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
it's
the goal
yeah.
is to be in a place where we can see
Okay. All right.
as close as we have to be to get a clear view.
Okay.
And
All right,
no
but
float.
not being in the front row here.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right. For the rest of you, group that was here second, what is your plan to get? Are you trying to get, like, front row
If you
further
want to
down?
be close, but like Walker's kind of, doesn't think it's really worth it given how big the fucking crowd is. Like his advice was, let's just keep an eye on things now. If we need to be closer tomorrow, let's try to get closer tomorrow. But it's not worth being caught. Was everyone on board with that, or
Yes.
Simon's not in that group?
Yeah, you should say.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Yeah, maybe we could try to casually get closer if possible. But stay away from any soul striders, please.
Mm.
I can't change back now. This is I'm stuck like this.
How long does your magic last, Ishri?
I have an hour before I have to re-up it. I assume Ishri, before they got into the crowd, would have kind of quick gone to an alleyway
Yeah,
and
that's what I was
recast the spell. Yeah, so I've got an hour.
What about the other one? The one you're trying to use?
Within 30 feet, 10 minutes. Within 60 feet. Just a moment.
30 feet doesn't seem feasible. You said 60 for the other? How obvious is it?
Not at all. I don't think anyone would notice me doing it.
If that's the case, we can try to get a bit closer. Once we see him, anyway.
Maybe we try to work our way there now for a little bit, as best we can. Yes?
Let's work our way into the middle of the crowd, but not too far. If he goes by us, that would be ideal. We don't want to be seen trying to get too close while he's around. That might be seen as suspicious.
Exactly.
If we know which way he's going, then we can always find a better spot tomorrow and then wait patiently.
Ishri nods.
That's the plan, Bob.
As you guys begin moving further north but staying towards the middle of the crowd, you guys, about 10 more minutes go by, and then there is this high-pitched, metallic grinding and screeching sound. Oh, and you would immediately recognize it as the not often used gates of the Keep of Varat being moved once more and desperately in need of serious work. And you see the Soul Strider, Martins Evelnor, focusing for a moment and casting a spell in order to open them. He just holds his hands up, and then he moves to the side as they begin slowly opening. And the crowd goes fairly silent. And you then see this silhouette. First, 4 people with torches come out. 2 on the left, 2 on the right. There's maybe 8 feet of clearance in the middle of these 2 opened.
Are any of them massy? Walker, I need to know how upset Walker is.
Give me a perception check. Disadvantage. You're trying to see through a hard fucking crowd.
Mm-hmm. Where the fuck is... There we
Does
go.
Walker want to get up on Evian's shoulders?
He does not in this instance.
You cannot tell.
Gotcha.
Doesn't seem like it. None of them really fit the build, but you're moving. You're like a
So
fucking
no one fucking chunky enough.
Doesn't seem like it, but you can't see.
Okay.
In the armor, he sticks out a bit.
Even any of them look like Massidio. Kind of like
Evian
I would start with an elbow and a whisper, you know.
Can Evian also see if anyone
Perception
looks
check
like
disadvantage, please. People are definitely moving in a bit closer. You guys are kind of being
little bunny hops, you know. Just
you want to
leap straight into the air.
You guys are being pushed closer at this point. As people are getting excited, they're moving close.
I would like to
go with the
leap
crowd.
25 feet into the air.
Please don't.
That was a joke.
Thank you.
You don't see Massey among. As far as you can tell, you don't see Massey.
Evian will just kind of shake his head no at you as you ask.
Right. And we keep watching.
I mean, how close are we at this point? Can we get any closer? If we gotta, go a little with the crowd?
You guys
pressing, right?
are probably, I'd say, 15 feet out from the road and about 120 feet south of the gate still.
Okay.
So wait to see what they do.
Ditto with the Owen group, about 10-15 feet out from the road and about 60 feet south of the gate.
60 feet, you say?
South of the gate, yes. And about 20 feet out from the...
That's close enough for Alicia to harass him with a message.
It is.
After another moment...
I'll do minor illusion.
The 4 holding the torches raise them up. The silence is palpable, and you see a silhouetted figure in a long, billowing black cloak. And once the torchlight hits him, you see this silvery white, slicked back hair, landing just below the shoulder, slightly curly, slightly pale complexion, walking out. His outfit, black on black on black, a black cloak, under it, a black, presumably silk or some other fine garment of tunic, and below that still a simple silken shirt, very well put together. Very simple silver buttons on the edge of this cloak on the right side, almost like a simplified version of like a captain's greatcoat. He walks out with this almost supernaturally long stride, stopping first at the Soul Strider at Evelnor, puts his left hand on the Soul Strider's shoulder and smiles. This surprisingly piercing, wholesome smile. Like, you're not expecting it, but there's a level of genuineness to it that is almost off-putting because you know it shouldn't be. He just pats him on the shoulder a couple of times. Evelnor says something back to him, and he grimaces for the briefest of moments, shakes his head, and turns towards the crowd. Brothers, sisters! There is good and bad brought this day, but we need not fear, for the day of our deliverance will come sooner. I will protect you until that day. Begins walking, each step very long, very deliberate, as if carefully rehearsed, as if knowing exactly what he needs to do, down to the millimeter where to step. Walks up first towards the crowd, this time putting his right hand on a guard, patting him on the shoulder and moving him back. The additional security. These brothers and sisters, they do not protect me from all of you. They protect me from the wolves in this henhouse that seek to do us harm. Must keep ever vigilant, for there are evils here. Ghosts of a before time that wish to see our goals upended, unraveled, and destroyed. Do not despair, for I believe you are the blood of my blood. You are powerful, or everlasting, just as I am, just as we all shall be. He holds his hands out, raising them. There is this palpable excitement in the air. He walks over a little bit closer, shading slightly to his right, to the south, maybe 40 feet away from Owen, Alicia, and Simon now. Holds both his hands, grasping at someone in the front row, pulling them a little bit closer, away from the crowd at large, and falling to his knee. Young man, out. I feel the fire in your heart. Conviction that you have lived your whole life. Know that though the McDurks failed you, though the Kins and Garland, I never will. And you see a tear fall from his as he says, sorry for the atrocities the Red Band has committed. Your family, your friends, your neighbors. failures. I would never allow that again. Never. You are my brother. You are of one soul, of one blood. And he stands up, walks back a few feet, still holding this person's hand. Turns them around, and this time pulling the sleeve of his left arm back. Blood of my blood. Be one of many. Be part of something greater. Be part of something that cares for you. Come. And he, with his right hand, at this point standing, his height is strange. Like, he didn't seem this tall when he came out, but now, standing next to this young garish gentleman of maybe 17, 18, he seems to tower over him. 6.5 feet tall, maybe. He puts both of them now looking to the crowd. He puts his arms around him, and you would see as he, with his right hand, claws the wrist of his left, blood flowing free. Become one. Hey, become my brother in blood and in bond. I'm what you always destined to be, so that I may never fail you, as so many others have. And you see as this garish youth just holds the man's hand and bites into his wrist, blood flowing freely. A couple more tears shed by this Korvir. Strangely wholesome smile grows yet. He, as the man pulls away, you can see the torn flesh, blood pouring from his mouth, and he just smiles and people begin cheering. Not loud, but a very reserved but excited. Sorry for the failures of your protectors before. But we are a family, and we will stick together as none has before. Platitudes, the existence of everything before, need not worry. I will never lie to you. Would never let harm come to you. Lenore Garland. The wars of the past are nothing. I will be your shield and your sword, your armor and your heart, and you will stay as one, protected. As my brother. And he falls to his knees. I beg your forgiveness that I was not here in time to save others, in time to save your friends and family from the tortures of this war. That the Gars, that your kin failed to protect. The atrocities wrought by Lenore, wrought by the Red Band, failed to prevent. He looks up, looking this Ungar in the eye. Forgive me. Fight, Korvir. Protection into your life. And everything will be good. Everything will be safe. Love will blossom again. And this war will end. Step at a time. And at this point, there are tears streaming down his face. Garish man lifts him up, and he embraces him in this massive, just strong, almost bear hug. For a moment, the embrace breaks, and at this point you would all notice his wrist is no longer bleeding. It is as if nothing has happened as the sleeve falls one. He turns to the crowd at large again, as if remembering they were there. As if his mind being elsewhere and forgetting completely. My brothers, my sisters, children, my fathers and mothers. I cannot promise deliverance for all of you until its ghosts have been dealt with. He pauses. I leave. That which has given me life has warned me just as much of the horrors and atrocities that will be committed here. Just as I can warn and protect you, you must do so. Warn, protect me. He falls to his knees and stares up at the night sky. It is with the guidance of Norio that I can see the evils that have come. These ghosts and dead men have come to see our paradise taken from us. Cannot allow that. You must protect as I do you. Keep vigilant. Cannot stay out here. Cannot give my gifts of my protection, my love, and my life for you. You cannot do the same for me and find those that would wish harm upon me. Day will come when I will pass. You will see the wrath, the garish hatred descend back upon this. A hatred only love can stop, only the love I have shown, the love we can feel, and it will be broken if these ghosts of the past, if these wolves in the henhouse are not dealt with. Find these wolves, oust them from our homes, my brothers, my sisters, my family. Oust them. Protect me, so that I may protect you. Cannot give my gifts idly and wantonly, with risk that it may come someone undeserving. Find them and bring them to me, so that we may show everyone what happens when this family is threatened. At this point, walking back and forth, maybe 40 feet total, near the gate. Sometimes going south, sometimes going north, making sure his voice echoes. Both, making sure it reaches the entire crowd. Recent arrivals. Ghosts. The past ghosts that should never have come back. Shakes his head. Holds his hands up the sky in a... I beg every minute that Noriho show me these wolves, these evils that wish to see harm to our family. But Noriho's eyes have limits. Shakes his head. You must be Noriho. You must be my eyes. You must find these. Till then, shakes his head once more, and another solemn, singular tear falls this time from his left eye. Until then, I cannot see you. I must bar myself from my family. Something that pains me for every moment. Please. Find these ghosts so that we may be one once more. Please. This heartbreaking plea that, if you did not know any better, would seem genuine. He turns, and with this defeated, slow, almost limping stride, hunched over, saddened, he makes his way back inside. You can see the crowd over the course of this turning from palpable excitement to heartbroken confusion, and towards the end, the utterances of the witch hunt that has been egged on.
So just to be clear, this is not like his usual speeches.
This does not, no.
Yeah, okay.
It is normally much more of the beginning and much more of the focus on protections and deliverance.
Cool.
The mentions of ghosts and wolves and not being able to come out and see his family is all very new.
Sounds good. Just want to make sure.
And he...
Alicia is getting very concerned, glances to Owen throughout this entire speech, like, yeah, this is not how it's supposed to be going.
How enraptured are the people then? Like,
they are, like, as he speaks, they feel the same. There is that same sense of pride at family, that same hatred at the war between the Red Band and Garland. You get that vibe that the people here just want everyone to... They want to live their life as this family of Korvir. That there is blame on both sides. That the only solution is love for your family, for your friends, for your neighbors. And towards the end, there is rapturous, authoritarian hatred for these ghosts arrived that seek to undo this believed paradise that Korvir promises. And as you see the crowd turn from murmur to outright conversation once they realize this sub 10-15 minute speech, normally something that goes on for an hour or two, is less than 15 minutes, and he begins to head back in.
Did we ever get within 60 feet?
He would have been within this, probably about 60 feet away from you at its range.
As soon as he's within 60 feet of Ishri, who looks fucking pissed at this blasphemy, she is going to magic eyes. Divine sense.
If he does get within 30 feet of Alicia, because I think they were a bit closer up front, who I assumed it's never gotten this close to Korvir, we'll go ahead and try to stealthily use detect magic.
You're not gonna make him look like he peed himself?
No, sorry.
Boo.
He is blatantly that strange, off-putting undead, but it is powerfully coming to, like, coming from him more so than the others. Like, this is very powerful vibe from it.
And the percentage of the crowd, his retinue.
Oh, crowd here. Yeah, probably. No location of any celestial within 60 celestial fair undead.
And it's a one-time. It lasts 6 seconds. So, but it doesn't look like like no one can really see her do it. I think so. And it's a 60-foot radius this time.
Yeah, the way that it describes it seems like you almost like smell and hear it.
You open your ears up. Yep.
Right. So if we assume the crowd density is about 3 people per square.
Give me a percentage as well.
The percentage is probably about 30%.
Jesus.
Maybe closer to 35.
Any kids or very old people?
Give me a perception check. Yeah, there are definitely a couple of kids and some haven't really seen around the city, but have come for this, and they are, like, near the front, and they are very much undead.
I got something for team Red Band. Definitely something that those standing, like, you know, on either of Walker's side could hear him say, "He's gonna be pissed." I think the group would know exactly who he's talking about.
Speaking.
Nods quiet.
Speaking of him.
Can I ask one more question though before we keep going, RP? His retinue, the people who are around him, the Soul Striders specifically.
The Soul Strider never got close. The Soul Strider stayed near the gate.
Okay, cool.
Wait, did I get anything from my detect magic?
No, I was gonna do that next.
Okay,
so you were detecting magic to see if he was giving off any?
Yes. Or any of the people nearby, I guess, at that point. Because it lasts 10 minutes.
He was... the only thing that you got from him was... He was giving off transmutation magic.
Oh, okay. Just like generally every, like all of his being?
Yes. As if it was affecting it. Next. Anyone else? Have a thing before you get going again.
Walker said the
Yes.
piss thing, and I think Mr. Pissed Man is gonna say something.
Okay. Owen?
So like, it's sort of like Owen's emotions build at the same places and rate as the crowds, but his, rather than excitement and everything, is just pure anger. His shoulders begin to shake as he listens to this just complete bullshit. And he had like Simon, you can see him, like he's probably done this before. Like his fucking nostrils twitch as if he just wants to hawk a giant loogie just out of pure disgust. And it looks like his fists are clenched and his knuckles are white, and it looks like he's exerting Herculean effort to not cause a scene.
I like that adjective.
I think Simon put his hand on Owen's shoulder. Our time will come, Owen. Just wait.
That sounded so culty.
In response, Owen will just he'll nod. He does seem to take some measure of calm from Simon's touch.
Oh.
Now, with that, while you would expect the crowd to begin dissipating, instead, they begin deliberating.
Anything interesting they say?
The majority of it is a case of, like, arguing about who they've seen that hasn't been. Who's new to town.
Huh.
Oh no.
Time to fuck off.
Oh no.
Well, it's a good thing Alicia
Would that make us
gaslit a
more
bunch of people.
suspicious?
It's fine. Alicia gaslit a bunch of people. It's fine.
That is true. You're right.
Well, Alicia has plausible deniability. And as they almost raucously begin getting into these larger groups and then splitting into smaller ones, handing out torches, they are pretty much going to be going pitchfork mob tonight, it seems.
Alicia is doing her best to blend in and just kind of glances to the other two guys like, we better get out, but also try not to, stick out.
Look,
Is it? I got something, man. Are they like, are they going full like mob? They're fucking busting out the torches and everything.
Yeah, that seems to be the end result of this, but the way it was set up was so, they would be the ones who want this. Like, they are very much coming to this conclusion on their own that they need to hunt down newcomers to the city.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I know this sounds counterintuitive, but like, if Owen's the first one to light a torch and say, yeah, here, light your torches with me, boys, like, could that, like they'd be like, yeah, that guy's got the right idea, and they'd go and light their torches and then go the opposite direction.
Probably. I mean, it could work, but then you would also stick out when you're not hunting with them.
Like, as if they say, hey, where was that one torch guy?
Yeah, like they would expect you to go with them.
Basically, don't start the movement, just join in.
Yeah.
When somebody says, hey, get the torches, I'll say, yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah, Alicia would give a look like, okay, let's go along with it, but she would,
At this point, we will go ahead and, as the crowd works itself into a number of frenzies to hunt out these wolves in the henhouse, these ghosts of a dead past, take our first break of the night. So, as you guys have this crowd whipped into a frenzy, what are you guys doing? What is the plan to get out of this crowd?
I think we just roll with it. Let's go the whole night hunting us.
What is Pass Without Trace? What is that? It's verbal, semantic, and material. That's a bit rough.
I will say at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna do it to us.
Nick knows what's coming.
I know.
Nick knows what's
I love
coming.
this.
Everybody, sell me on a skill to help you get out of this fun situation you found yourselves in. What can everyone do to attempt to escape the mob that don't know yet that they're looking for you?
Yeah, is it jump straight up and away?
I want to jump straight up and grab
How many
onto the
failures
rope.
is Evian jumping 25 feet in the air worth?
So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to jump straight up into the air and grab the rope that I pre-placed on the moon.
Okay.
Just
Uh-huh.
leave.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you're just going to start climbing the rope to the moon.
You should bring the moon down to us instead. I feel like that's
Why don't you use the moon and the rope that you tied to it like a flail and take out Korvir that way?
I just bring down the moon on him.
Then we get the anime moment where Korvir catches it.
Oh, no.
Oh god, now Korvir controls the tides.
Nice try, kid. You maybe use 10% of my power.
Can I try to, grab the pendant inside of like Walker's jacket, and like while everyone's kind of being loud in their own way, get a quick Pass Without Trace off to help the group?
Sure.
Cool.
Sure.
What do you want for that?
I will
Stealth?
say, give me stealth. See if you can do this unnoticed.
dream.
All right. With that, oh, and you guys are in 2 separate groups, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was gonna ask.
that is
so
an
like a
important thing
dual
to know
strategy.
here.
I have
It will
something
have to
for
be.
that. I have something for that.
So Walker's gonna grab the thing, mumble to himself, and say, "Let's get going."
Can I kind of use my height because I am very tall?
You are
Big boy.
very tall.
Can I use my height to try to spot the other group?
Yeah, I'll say it's not gonna help you escape, but yeah, give me a perception check, see if you can notice them. Disadvantage, because this crowd's a goddamn mess.
Bruh.
Once
Hey,
you
hey,
roll
hey.
again, once you see,
Oh my god, it happens again! Dude!
see, once you see
Why
it, just,
does
like,
it
reach
keep
over and pick up
happening?
toddlers.
That's hot.
It's
Medium the
only
god.
me.
It's
It is
only you, Mitchell. This is what, 3
So
times this
only
campaign?
you.
I believe that's the 4th.
We don't even need to
That's
declare things anymore.
No, we've gone long past that.
You begin looking, and logic dictates they got here before you. They're probably closer, and you're just kind of scanning, and you like fuck, and then you see the adequate disguise that Owen is currently under. Mostly because he's when you're looking for him, what sticks out is the fact that there's someone very short, and it looks like there's no one next to him.
Right. That
So
makes sense.
the combination of which makes it a lot easier to find, but with enough luck, you were able to pinpoint them about probably 70 feet north of you.
And then as a follow-up, am I able to try to use... I don't know, am I able to try to, like, guide my companions through the crowd to get to them?
Yeah, give me an athletics check to shove through the crowd.
Oh, no. Oh, fuck.
Oh, this is gotta be... Ooh.
Oh no.
So then...
I
Yeah?
don't know if my one thing helps.
Yeah?
Dude, don't do, bro. Don't do
Say
it. Don't do it.
Okay, so here's my
Mitchell?
thought process, team.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've already used up 2 of the nat 20s. What are the chances we roll more? You know?
I say pretty
Bruh.
high.
Bruh.
Off to you, pal.
one in
Do your
20?
thing. I already did my roll. Can't fuck me
Don't you
over.
look at the thing?
Yeah, that's... I'm gonna use it. No!
Alrighty. You turn, Evian, and you for a moment you look towards everyone and you give them that look like, let's go, and you start moving. And as you turn, you immediately just body check into someone, and you look down and you see before you a very horrified friend of Walker's. And in that instant, you panic and you just kind of shake your head, and instead you kind of look around and you're like, I can't go that way. I have to go this way instead. And you don't know exactly why you know it, but you can't go that way. And instead, you start shoving a bit more into the front of the crowd, knowing even though logic doesn't dictate, this is the way to go.
Okay, I have no idea what just happened.
It was a
Just
magic
don't roll-
item, yes.
Just don't roll a nat 20, alright?
Okay.
Just don't.
Can Walker touch Sin so that the effect spreads to her as well? The one thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, we'll let him know that that's something he would do. That's okay.
And Evian, you start shoving, and Owen, more perceptive enough to notice Evian is currently making a very careful route almost directly to you, but circling around a little bit towards the front of the crowd.
If he can see this happening, he will. Simon is taller than Alicia, right?
Yes.
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 Alicia
Okay.
probably doesn't see them coming.
He will sort of you see Owen sort of his eyes flick around as if he's spotted something, and then without much more warning he grabs Alicia's hand motions to Simon to grab her other hand, so the kids are all holding hands, and then he says, "Come on, we've got to go."
Alicia's so confused.
Wait, aren't we supposed to blend in? Wait, okay.
He's not like, fucking shoving people out of the way then. Like, he's trying to remain undercover.
Yes,
as
while
best as
Evian
possible.
has got his group and are moving with determination in your general direction. What else do we have?
I hate that.
Alicia is, as we're walking through, Alicia is doing her best to try and look like we're getting together and going towards somewhere. Like, she's gonna try to make us look like we have a goal to go hunt people. Like, we're not just walking towards somebody, we're walking with a purpose, and the purpose is the same as the crowd.
Alright, I will take deception or intimidation.
Intimidation. I mean,
You're trying to look threatening and angry like the crowd is.
fair enough.
I'll take either one. Your call.
I'll be intimidating. Why not?
Alright. Ishri's an angry Gar who's hunting for the wolves. I'm sorry, Alicia.
Whoa.
Who are you? What are you making my mistake?
I can't, ever since Kim got the new character, I can't remember the fucking character's name, and I use every other name. In my head, I almost said Rom earlier.
Just don't call her Walker.
Why not?
Anyway, so, Alicia, you have... Alright. You guys are making your way further south. Evian is making tracks in your general direction.
And I guess the rest of us are kind of vaguely with him.
Evian was like guiding you guys.
He would be like,
Guiding the rest of Team Red Band. What else? Who else is doing things?
Can I act like I'm looking around for new people?
Yeah, give me a deception check.
hey, you're good at these. Not so good that you'd roll an at 20, of course, but perfect.
Yeah.
Mitchell.
Tempting fate.
All right. And as you guys are pushing through these crowds, they are going full pitchfork mobs. Torches are being passed out. The general consensus seems to be a door-to-door hunt of the city. You will be finding these people at Korvir's behest.
I think it is needless to say that if Evian is passed a torch or a pitchfork, he will wield it with pride.
Wield it
In
with
anger.
Wield it with proficiency.
Yes.
Oh. And, all right. Ishri. Simon, anything? Owen, you guys are doing.
I do have an idea, but it would be more for actually losing the crowd, so more useful after we get together and or away.
Can Ishri, as we're all getting together, for both us and the other group as we're joining up, can she keep an eye out to make sure that nobody seems to be like spotting us or thinking we're weird or anything like that?
Perception check from Ishri.
Ooh, we could like turn the crowd on him. Be like, wait a second, this guy looks sus.
Hey, who is that? I've never seen him before.
All right, Ishri keeping your eyes peeled, and as you guys start making your way, Owen, what is your plan here?
So, I keep having to skirt around the phrase, but like, is there like we're at the heart of the city now? Like this, these are the places that Owen went and played as a wee lad,
Yes,
so
this is he knows it.
Surely here, out of everywhere we've been, he would know the best way to go or the best doorway to duck into just for a quick second to avoid the greater part of the mob.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's a bit far from where the tunnels were as well.
Yeah, give me...
Or like, even to Kim's point, like, surely he would know, okay, if our end goal is to reach the tunnel, we don't want to go straight there, so we should go this way.
All right.
Something like that.
Okay. So, give me an intelligence check with advantage to see how well you can remember and decipher the layout while also still trying to avoid certain places where the mobs are already starting to move.
Very nice.
Pretty big.
That advantage coming in huge.
Edge came in real big.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh lord, it did.
That's what you get for being born and raised here. All right,
Taking my fucking house from me. What a bitch.
guys. Begin making your way. Almost as a mob yourselves, a couple other people kind of like clinging into your mob, and in total there's probably 13 of you. And it's a little awkward at one point between Alicia's screaming and Rom's yelling, and Ishri, you kind of like give that, over there, like I think I saw them, something, just like everyone's whipped into a frenzy.
Point to another mob.
Yeah. You are able to peel off to the point where there is one person, a garish guy of about mid-50s, who is still with you guys as you make your way further down, and he just, all right, where are we going first? As you have made your way.
I love this guy. Can we keep him?
It's not the horny guy from yesterday.
Yeah,
is
it's
it?
not-
No,
big
this
back.
guy's kind of, he seems like he's got like a fucked up back, like he's got like a walking cane, he's kind of like
come on.
wielding, he can't really
We can
stand
keep
straight
this
up.
guy, right?
We just run away from
Yeah,
him.
so what you're saying is we could just be like, this way, and then we just sprint away?
Probably, I mean,
I guess that's
Wouldn't
what
be a
we
bad
have
play.
to do.
We can kick him in the back of the knees.
I mean, I could just cast slow on him, and he probably wouldn't notice. Oh,
he is just like currently like holding this walking stick and just like, you fuckers, gonna get you on behalf of Korvir.
Can Ishri,
These
could
got out there
she,
really well. Fuck.
Ishri is going to cast sleep on him.
Wait, no, this is not a good idea. Oh, no.
Why is it a good idea? Are we like in a weird back
Because
alley?
hell no!
No.
Oh, he will?
What do you mean he'll know? What's he gonna be like? Oh, it's those youths that made me fall
Yes!
asleep.
What do you mean?
Probably.
That's true.
Problem.
Not as
The
subtle.
last thing I remember was falling asleep when
It's-
I was amidst these strangers.
Is
you're right,
this man
you're right.
garish? Is this man garish?
He is garish, yes.
Well, to be fair, he does know what we look like already. Like,
Yeah.
Who? Corvir?
yeah, doesn't he?
I don't. I mean, he might know what Owen looks
Honestly,
like.
I would assume so.
Depending on if fucking Massey said anything, if he had
That's-
any
oh,
information on the
Massey
fucking
too,
one
yeah.
guy.
Well, I can't wait to bring that up to Walker and be like, hey,
At
yeah,
least
I
just
actually
gonna-
ran into Massey like a freight train.
Is that something that Evian remembers?
Yeah.
Yeah, even remember that,
Okay.
even though it didn't happen.
What? Okay, we'll deal with that when we get to it.
Oh no,
Magic.
I'm gonna have to
Alicia's-
reveal to the group that I have the item.
Oh my god.
Shit. Maybe I
Alicia's
won't
still
be-
being like hyped up with her whole intimidation thing. Okay, you go there. Telling the old man, and I'll go to that door over there. And then if we hear if there's something suspicious there, you just yell, and we're all gonna come running. Okay? I'll go to that door. You guys go to that door. You go to that door, and then she'll just run up to one door and go see him go towards another
He
one.
gives
I
a
assume.
nod as he starts circling around towards the front door, and you see him like lift back his cane and just as it crashes through the front window. Give it up now! We're already got you surrounded!
We all just sprint away.
We all sprint. We're quiet too because of basketball trace.
Just like as soon as he says open, we're just gone.
Forever.
Wait, you know, it'd be really funny if I went up behind him and I shoved him through the window. Like, I'm not gonna do that. It would be funny.
Or even better, if Evian walked like perpendicular or parallel behind him, and then he tapped him on the near shoulder, but kept walking, so he was behind his other shoulder. That'd be really funny.
Oh, wait,
Really
you could totally make him sleep as he's crashing into the other house. Then he'd think that house is really suspicious.
And then we maybe get some random person lynched. Good idea. Yes, yes.
That's
You
fine.
can
Who
break a
cares?
few eggs to make an omelet. That's what they say, right?
What are you guys doing? Are you
Several eggs
spinning
to make an
away?
omelet.
Oh, we're sprinting away.
Walker's just kind of moving away.
Sprinting away after he goes to that one house.
Alright, as you guys circle around, he hurls his cane, crashing it through the front window, starts screaming. And you start to hear, "They're not answering, we need to go, go!" And then you start hearing as he's apparently, and that is what fades off as you guys disappear into the night.
God, I love it.
As we're sprinting away, Owen will sort of call back over his shoulder, "Look over here!" And like as we're like, so his voice sort of carries back to him, like, you know, as if it's fading away.
As we're doing that, Alicia will also throw a minor illusion, saying, "I think they're gonna get us."
This is gonna give this poor guy a heart attack.
Oh, I love it.
All right, and you got
He's
Pass
so
Without
worth it.
Trace up. You guys are near the front of the mob, disappearing. And you are making your way to the nearest exit that Alicia knows of, correct? The
And we
nearest
are
way back
all
into
being
the...
very careful not to be followed.
All right.
Yeah.
I would definitely like to keep an eye out if I'm allowed to make a perception check.
I would like stealth checks down the board. You all have +10.
Enjoy that, friends. Friendly
Alicia
friends.
will be occasionally, whenever we duck in an alleyway, just out of precaution, she'll be like throwing out noises in different directions to where we're going with the minor illusion, just to kind of, if ever somebody is following us, throwing him off the
You rolled
off
a
the trail.
fucking 2, Logan.
If it makes you feel any better, I rolled a 3.
Yeah,
Would I
yes,
be
I
able to
did.
make that perception check then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Not great.
While Onyx is flying above us, then does Onyx see anything? Anyone following
If
us?
Walker
Well,
notices the, does Walker notice the bird?
I thought Onyx was staying... When did you have Onyx come back?
Onyx
Oh,
remember he was having a
always
fly.
follow us.
Onyx was with
Yeah.
us.
I
the
thought he
whole
was
time.
staying back there
I
to keep
rolled-
an eye out.
No, he was always
Okay,
following
alright,
us
yeah,
to check if somebody was following us.
Yeah,
Almost
okay,
like
yeah,
trail
he-
us and look from above.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, like, as of now, checking to see if anyone's following you?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, give me another perception check for Onyx.
Would Walker also be able to look for followers?
Walker leading the stealth charge here.
Yeah, I guess.
I assumed Alicia was leading, no? Because she's
Well,
the one
yeah.
who knows the way out.
Alicia
Walker's
knows
got
where
the
she's
path.
going, and Walker's keeping everyone stealthy.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you guys
also knows where
make
he's
your
going.
way.
Probably Alicia and
There
Owen
are
in front.
people moving in your direction. They don't, from what you can see and hear, don't seem to be specifically targeting you. They're just spreading out into the... at a very hurried pace. And following Alicia's guided lead, you make your way a couple of alleys down a main street, cutting through a side street, another alley, and eventually one of the many connections, this one being a few minutes outside of the tavern that you guys ate at. Finally heading down and coming into this, while not abandoned, it looks like no one currently is here. It doesn't look like anyone like overtly lives here, but the fact that there's like folded clothes on the dresser near the entryway, there's like a long dresser. Seems like someone does come here, but with a quick scan, it seems no one is here, and you guys make your way into... Alicia, you would guide them to the master bedroom, and then moving a chest out of the corner of the closet, where it was, not out of the corner, but like, so like the chest is in the middle, and you have to like cram everyone into the corner, which would be harder to do than just Alicia, who is very small.
Yeah, Alicia will also be casting prestidigitation to make sure we don't leave any footprints behind. In the
got Pass
that is
Without
already confirmed
Trace.
by Pass Without Trace.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Though Walker, while we're in the building, is working with Sin to make sure there is absolutely no one fucking here.
Yeah, no, there's no one here, you're good. Guys, quickly make your way down, closing the hatch behind you as you all start to head back. For now, once more, under Varad.
What a
Having
fucking mess.
escaped
That
that
was-
map.
Oh my god.
That was not his usual speech. Yep.
Owen is still like the flight now behind us. He looks as if he has returned to his sour mood. His colorful anger is back, and he sort of just scowls back the way that we've come.
Probably super loud as well if there's like people running and yelling everywhere above in the streets.
Yeah, after a couple of minutes, the palpable activity is... Yikes. Like, this is full on. We're nearly in riots right now.
He did something to some of the children, as well as a lot of the people.
He will take
What did you
them
see,
all.
Ishri?
But what was that?
What did you see, Ishri?
I saw maybe 30% of that crowd was like him.
That
and he
many?
Yes, and he was the strongest of them all.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
Walker will look to the others. Ishri was able to tell that they were undead.
What?
So they're probably vampires then, like him.
That's what it sounds like.
that sense of wrongness permeates the air, and the barkeep, several of the people in the bar we were at, a lot of the people there, and a lot of people in the crowd, including the children and the elderly up front, were all turned.
Looks like he's trying to establish a state of vampires. Who knows if that's even his ultimate goal?
I think it's, some sort of corruption of Nariho's guidance. Oh, fuck.
At the very least, vampires probably would help defend him better than regular people. So that would make sense that he's at least getting some of them.
And what is damn cult?
Would they be powerful like him? Would they
No,
would they
probably
be weak
not.
to the sun? And
They should be.
then I fear them less.
They'd probably be a lot weaker to the sun than Korvir would, or at least I'd assume. Essentially, from my understanding, higher vampire is just more potent vampire and less weakness. Meanwhile, the regular vampires, or I guess just any other person that becomes a vampire, would be, not as strong, but still stronger than a person, although much more sensitive to the sunlight. Still sensitive to silver, at least they should be. Magic as well.
We cannot fight a city.
But we
We
can't,
can't.
especially if there's a portal that's going to open, if we do so.
Let's make our way back to that room and talk about our next plan.
Over the course of the next 15, 20 minutes or so, slowly, carefully, and presumably as the adrenaline come down starts, very wearily make your way through these winding tunnels under the city, eventually finding your way back to Alicia's outpost.
Once there, Walker is going to give Sen a treat, one of those bones from the other day. The things he set aside for dog treats, and then he'll also give one to Ishri as well. Here, maybe want to reward Lily.
Of course, yes.
They begin quietly eating, and they also seem weary and slightly exhausted.
Owen begins pacing once we get back to the camp.
Walker probably sits where he left his bedroll, exhaustion hitting him.
One thing to notice, I noticed anyways, I managed to cast Detect Magic when we were closer by, Owen. And he seems to have this aura of transmutation around him, which is like a changing type of magic, which means it's not like an illusion, it's not like something that's not really there exactly, but he's definitely changed something about him somehow with magic.
I feel pretty familiar with change at this point. Could it be that he's hiding his true monstrous form?
It's possible.
Ishri, is that the kind of magic that you use?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Walker. I did see Massey shortly in the crowd.
Yeah. Motherfucker's probably part of the mob now.
Did he see you?
I don't think so, no.
Sorry, but just what Ishru does is more like disguising her appearance, I believe. It's actually an illusion. It's not transmutation. That's not exactly what he's doing.
So then, could he be literally, physically changing himself?
I suppose.
As a aside, I double-checked Detect Magic. 2 separate transmutations on.
Okay.
I wasn't sure. I needed to double-check that.
I hate that even more.
Yeah, it seemed like 2 spells, right? There is definitely a spell that instead of putting a disguise, it changes your state of being, I guess. It could make him seem more human, I suppose, than vampire.
Well, changes a lot of things. Owen's plant magic is change as well. That affects the environment. Is the other magic possibly something affecting the environment? Maybe the thing that's making the land around us, as it is?
Maybe. I don't think that would come from him himself. Like, it came from his person. The same way if, like, you were invisible, it would come from your person, your being. It's not necessarily something affecting, like, the entirety of everything around you.
So it was not an item he wore on his belt or anything?
It didn't seem to be, right, Ben? It seemed to be like
no,
his
it
whole
was
being.
2 separate things, both coming from him. Both trans.
So both like it didn't seem like a magical item, and
No, it seemed like something directly like enchanting him.
Yeah.
Transmutation.
So no, it seemed a lot more like a spell. The same way, like if you cast your spell to have us blend in, it affects us as a person, not really the surroundings or everything around us, but it's not coming from an item.
I suppose we would have to observe for longer to see if it could be dispelled.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how exactly it affects it. I mean, it could change nothing if we were to fight him. It's just a thing I noticed. And then there's at least 2 different spells, which is, I mean, it means that's probably not just a disguise.
Only more questions.
So he definitely knows we are here, right?
It seemed pretty obvious that he's hunting for
here.
ghosts.
Maybe not specifically us, but
Ghosts of the past.
Gotta be us.
He talked as if he knew that a McDurk was in the city, besides my sister.
I mean, that woman following us, she probably knew we were suspicious. Maybe she said something to him or to somebody higher up.
Or Massey did.
I was afraid of that. What did he say, Rom? He said he would do whatever it took.
Something like that. Didn't seem like he was going to change his mind.
Walker kind of glares into empty space, just looking betrayed, I suppose.
At this point, we're going to have to get directly in the keep if we want to go anywhere near him.
will not be able to get through that crowd. He doesn't seem intent on going on any walks anytime soon.
It sounds like he's.
Go ahead, Ishri.
It sounds like he's not coming back out again for a while. Yes, based on that speech.
Yeah. So that's why we probably won't be able to catch a glimpse of him anytime soon again unless we go directly in the keep.
It sounds like security is going to be tighter. No more pleasantness in the streets.
Or at least not so much to strangers. It could be fine if, like, I go again with perhaps you, Owen, or maybe Simon, since we blend in as people who are around from here. But anybody else disguised as Red Band probably is a bad idea.
Oh, that.
Sorry, can you please repeat that?
Oh, I was saying that me and Owen or me and Simon might be okay because we kind of blend in as people who are from here. But it probably wouldn't be a good idea to go again dressed as a Red Band.
As far as the people we interacted with today, no one seemed to bat an eye at things, realize we were new in town or anything like that.
Yeah, but now they're high alert specifically for that.
And there was a woman who followed us from the tavern.
Oh, that's true.
We actually followed them, the dogs, tracked the scent to a stall along the main road before it more or less vanished.
There was no coincidence. I saw her 4 times after we left the tavern, and we were taking random streets and alleys.
That means even we can't get out because they've seen, somebody at least has seen us.
We can't assume anyone would be safe walking the streets at this point.
At this point, what more do we need to know? We need to find out when he comes out, yes, and now we can get into the keep.
I mean, we can only assume that he won't come out of the keep anytime soon. They won't be able to find anybody actually new unless they find us.
So what do we do at this point? Get into the keep? Go
How?
through all of his Soul Striders guards? Find him?
He has more than one, doesn't he? What did she say? In
Milo did say that he's a half a dozen when he was storing above the city, from what I remember.
I was talking about I can't. Owen would remember her name. The
Ada?
Soul Strider.
Ada.
Ada, yeah. What did Ada say? 4, 5? Simon said that he recognized that one.
The one that was with him?
Everyone looks at Simon.
Simon will nod. Yeah.
I'm guessing he wasn't just some Soul Strider, some new Soul Strider who's not very good at what he does.
No, he's actually an expert on resurrection and death. So
It would
it
be.
makes sense why he's here.
Well, isn't that just fucking wonderful?
It's not getting any easier.
Can we maybe bring him someone? One of us? He said to bring people who are outsiders directly to him alive.
Yeah, he also said he'd make a spectacle out of them.
Give one of ours to a den of lions.
I could.
I don't like the idea of handing any of our number over to that monster.
Well, we don't get that much further. We during the process of handing the person over is when we.
That's when we strike.
Yes.
Would Korvir
And I could
come up
always.
at first?
I can't imagine that they would allow us to go into the keep itself just to hand someone over. I imagine it'd be someone handed to the gate guards who would then later bring them inside.
And probably eventually bring them back out for the show, and then Korvir would go back inside after if he does even come out for it.
I mean, the moment one of us is brought in, they're going to subject whoever it is to all sorts of magic.
Yeah, that's why I said after the spectacle.
make them give up the location of the others. Walker shakes his head. I don't think it's a good idea.
There is one thing we could do.
And what's that?
We could leave. Let it die down for a bit. Let the people burn themselves out hunting for us while we are gone.
We could take this time to retrieve your sister. That sitter.
Aye.
That is not a bad idea.
What of the army?
Can you remind me, William, where we learned that there's like 300 red band camped at the edge of the Petrica? Because I don't remember who told us that.
Fuck, dude, I don't get that specific with my notes.
I don't remember at all who told us that, so I don't know how we know that.
I believe that should have been Alice during a sending saying she couldn't leave because there was an army.
I guess I must have just not written it down correctly because that's not in my notes.
Maybe. I don't note specifics of what they say during sendings, and I don't remember what session that was, so I can't really go back and check. Actually, why don't we go ahead and see if we can figure that out? We'll take a quick break, and I'm gonna check my notes and see if I can figure it out.
Use the restroom, I'll be back.
And I have to pee. Okay, so clarification and fun stuff like that out of the way, because it is sometime after sunset, or whatever you can call sunset in this nightmarish, overcast hellscape that used to be Owen's home.
And also underground.
And underground. So, what are you guys doing?
Walker had asked a question.
Well, they were suggesting, like, let's you know, why don't we just go help Alice in the meantime and let this die down? And Walker was like, asked, what of the army?
That's true. Well, Owen, the army of the guard people are supposed to come here, right? We can't have them killing people and make a portal.
I have every confidence that my mother will be able to delay the army for some amount of time. I don't know how long, but if I tell her we need it, she will get it for us.
I mean, can you convey to her that if right now with the state of things, if she starts killing people, she's going to open a portal to hell? Can you tell her that directly? Will she believe you?
She will have questions, but I think so.
And another question I have is, how are we getting out of this tunnel and out of the city without anybody noticing? I can only make so many people invisible.
Surely the mob will have to go to... I mean, they will become tired.
I mean, that could take another 24 hours, especially if we want to leave at night and not during the daylight. Although vampires would be stronger at night.
The tunnels lead beyond the wall.
Yeah, but
surely that will be enough.
Hopefully.
If we could slip out of directly in the midst of the crowd, I have no qualms about trying to slip out of the city proper.
Well, somebody walking around in the field in the direction away from the city is going to be a lot more suspicious here than somebody following the crowd.
But we have people to lead us who can see without torchlight. We have magic to hide us. They won't see us unless Korvir himself is watching.
Can vampires see it in the dark?
Ben, this is not a thing I specifically noted down? Probably?
It is not, yeah, that's definitely a hard it makes sense, but probably
mean,
not something written about.
They probably would see in the dark. I mean,
That could make things challenging, leaving at any time of day.
I would imagine that something that is more powerful at night would be able to see at night.
yeah.
Oh, I suppose I hadn't taken into account all the little ones.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. It's not just Korvir. But, I mean, it
The
might be
longer
okay.
he's around, the more people will be turned.
I mean, I agree, and I don't think we should waste like another whole day. But we just should take caution and take that into account if we want to leave. I can make up to 3 people invisible for an hour at least while we're walking further away. Maybe like Ishri and Evian maybe larger people.
Do we really think that leaving? Well, I mean, he's not converting more people while we're gone, right? Because he's not coming out. So,
I mean, he could be doing it inside the keep. We don't know.
Even if we stay, what power have we to stop him from continuing his work?
The only thing at this point would be to slay him, which we don't have a definitive way to do so, a place to do so, or even, I don't know, method. No way to survive. A guaranteed way, anyway.
As of now, we don't even have a way into the keep to fight him at all.
so we go save your sister. We wait until things have calmed down when he starts coming out again, and then we take advantage of him coming out to see the people to strike. Then, yes.
What if they don't calm down? This fervor that's gotten a hold of them does not seem natural. It's clear that there's something more to it. I doubt they'll stop until they find their ghosts.
The human body has its limits. Even
What about vampire bodies?
I can't say for sure, but that's only 30% of the population at that point. That'd still be going full
then
blast.
we have 30% of a town to fight.
What if they find people who they think are us and kill them instead?
They probably will.
I imagine they'll be able to confirm.
Have.
Imagine they'll be able to confirm it one way or another by bringing them to Korvir, or to one of his mages, one of the Soul Striders.
That will come no matter what choice we make here.
Yeah.
Unless we wish to head back to the keep and confront him at this very moment.
Which is
I mean, we could just all run in
quite
there.
a bold task.
I mean, if they're all... We
I
probably still
suppose
have to
now
fight all
would be the
Soul
best
Striders,
time.
I guess.
A direct assault would be a terrible idea, but... Rom,
The only advantage.
using your magic, I've seen you make Owen fly, and yourself.
Yes?
You can still do that, can't you?
Yeah, I can make, let me check.
Ven, I'd imagine Evian was kind of surveying the rooftops. Is there anywhere where he could get a, 50-foot horizontal and 15-foot vertical from a roof to the wall?
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but
Okay.
any semblance of stealth would be out the window at that
no,
point.
absolutely, but I assume if we're sending people flying over the wall, then...
I can either make
Well,
people...
flying probably a lot quieter than jumping.
I can
Yeah,
make people
but,
invisible or
we
teleport
can't make
something.
enough people fly.
Yeah.
Well,
But,
Yeah, I can-
Walker's thought
I can
was,
make up to,
if we make Ishri
4
and
people fly at a time.
4
I
at a
can-
time,
I can teleport
Well,
2 people, and I can also
actually,
make people invisible.
No, only 2.
well, if you do it to Evian and Ishri, could they carry the rest of us one at a time?
Oh,
If we can find a spot where we could feasibly land without being seen, that might be our way in. But we need to know more about the guard on the wall. Oh, can you think of a place where we might be able to land for something like that?
Then
I mean, like, where to land inside of it?
I think Walker's question is,
Where to land on the wall?
yeah,
On
is
the
there
wall?
a place
Or
on the wall
on a
that has
rooftop
enough
or something like
space?
that, where they wouldn't
Are
be
there
seen.
like little guard outposts on the wall that we can land on top of, maybe, that they wouldn't really see us as well on?
I mean, like, there are a few, like, raised battlements, but, like, that's where they generally patrol from, or at least they did back when you lived here, Owen.
I'm sure we did notice that there were patrols.
You would have
Right.
noticed, yeah, there are people patrolling the walls.
How frequent are there?
It didn't see, like, you only really got a casual glance, obviously, because it was night, and, but not incredibly so. Like, there couldn't have been that many, really.
Alicia, how long can you make someone invisible for?
An hour.
If you can do that to Simon's familiar, we might be able to get an idea of what their current patrol on the roof is.
Wouldn't it
What-
be better to
on the
just do it
walls.
to the people who are flying?
Well, that would... To send us would be to committing a lot more than just sending Simon's familiar.
What Mitchell is wondering is, could Evian and Ishri take out one single guard patrol and use that gap to get
Silently.
everyone in? Yeah, exactly.
Probably.
Unconscious. Not dead.
Sure.
Alicia, I mean, I could. I just feel like if they can detect the magic, they're gonna see the pigeon no matter what. So we might as well just.
Well, this is
send
something we've
him
done
in with
before. Doing it from a distance mitigates that risk.
That's fine. I'm just thinking maybe it's best to keep that kind of spell for. But I can't. Sure.
I wouldn't suggest it if there were more birds around here. But, you know. If we can find a good place to launch, to start our assault on the building, it might be feasible to do so now.
I don't know about the rest of you, but after using my sight magic, I have used a great deal of my power.
That might be a problem since a big part of our plan was to have Owen cast banishment on him.
I would need time to prepare.
How much time?
More than.
A day at
It would-
least.
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to go in tonight, which would be the best option. If we're going tomorrow, then we'll need to plan more than this, probably, because they'll have calmed down by then, and the rest of the city might be upon us if ever we go attack. Right now, at least with the chaos, it would take them a while for them to get at us.
And in the off chance that we do take out Korvir, and the city does not calm, we're dead.
I mean, we try to get to Owen's sister, I guess.
He said something. He said, "The day will come when I will pass, and you will see the wrath of garish hatred descend back on this city." Can't say he's wrong.
He was saying that so that they continue his plan, I guess?
What happens to the lesser vampires if we slay the greater?
Are they
Okay.
lost? Are they just monsters at that point?
I mean, monsters is a big word. I mean, they probably would just continue being what they are. Vampires do have a certain, to the understanding I have, vampires do have a certain control over themselves, so they wouldn't be exactly monsters, but they wouldn't be exactly people either. They'd also be
People like
stuck in
we
the
used
shadows
to.
for the rest of their lives. Which could be a very long one if they're vampires. I'm sorry, Ron, what did you say?
Not like people we used to.
Yeah.
This is a lose-lose. There's no winning for everyone here.
I was going to take some time, and I had two ideas. I could ask Karad if there is a weakness that Korvir has that we can exploit, or I could take the more direct approach and ask Karad if we even have a chance against him.
I feel like that more direct approach makes significantly more sense.
Anyways, if you ask if he has a weakness, and Karad just says, it just says yes,
or
there is a
no
weakness, and
does not help us.
yeah, but nothing
Gives
has
us
changed.
something.
I mean, if
Aye,
you don't
but
know
it
what the
does not
weakness
help us
is, it
find
won't
the
change
weakness.
anything.
I think knowing if we have any chance at all,
Is better than knowing if he has a
that's
weakness.
pretty important. Especially if the answer is no.
There is no sense in us just rushing in and dying.
Well, if I cast the spell, know that before I cast it, if the answer is not no, then it will likely be vague.
But there is still the acknowledgement of the fact that we can beat him.
Aye.
But if it's not a guaranteed answer, then I guess it would help.
Is the first not guaranteed? You have given him time to.
The
Right.
first is aye.
Right.
I mean, there are no sureties of anything, right? So whether or not we're going to be successful is going to be unsure no matter what. So we might as well ask for something that will be useful, because we're going to go after him no matter what, right? He has your sister, and he's spreading terrible things about Maria. We might as well know his weaknesses, because
This will not help us know his weaknesses.
Well, if he asks, Owen could ask, what is his weakness? Just assuming that there is one. And if there is none, I'd assume such
Is
would be
that
said.
something you would be able to ask?
It would depend on the phrasing of the question and how much Karad knows. It is possible that, given what we've seen around us, Karad's influence is lessened in these parts. Though it breaks my heart to say so.
Do you at least, Owen, have the spell to make it like sunlight?
I would need time to prepare.
Mm.
And
If you ask,
I will have to sacrifice other magics to do so.
if you ask him if we have a chance right now, then that will help us determine what we should do in the short term, if we should stay and try to attack now, or if we should leave.
That's a good point.
could you directly just ask? Is he going to be more exposed now or in a week?
I don't think so.
Could you ask, do we have a better chance of taking him now as opposed to in a week or more?
Owen frowns in thought as Nick double checks the wording of the spell.
Classic.
Meta, I actually have no idea what spell this is.
It's
I
called
don't even know the name of
divination.
it. Huh.
Yeah, it's very self-explanatory.
Yeah.
You ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. So I don't think you're allowed to ask, is it better to go... Well, I guess maybe that works. But like if you say, is it better to go now or later?
Well,
You could get the answer later, but the answer is non-specific, right? So we don't know if later is an hour from now, or 5 days from now, or a month from now.
You could ask if it's better to go tonight or in a few nights.
Yeah, I think that would work.
Because then we have the essential idea of, do we go right now or do we not go right now?
But that question presupposes that we are going, in which case it would be better to go when 6 of us will die rather than 7 of us will die. You know, like.
And that is, I mean, that's true.
That is true, but. I mean, the question is still that, is, are we going to go right now or are we going to go later? Because we're going to go eventually.
Well, I'll just let you guys know I'm running. The tank is running low.
Spell slots or fucking components.
I have about half of my spell slots left, not counting the big ones. And I don't have any of my anti-vampire toolkit assembled.
And I mean, he would take that into consideration, probably.
The answer does not
Thank you,
Thanks, Hannah.
include the casting of additional spells.
What?
The spell doesn't take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome, such as the casting of additional spells or the loss or gain of a companion. So I took that to mean if Owen, and then please feel free to correct me at any time.
I am listening.
I took that to mean that if Owen asks if the Shine Watch faces Karad as we are, do we have a chance of victory? I thought that specific question, right, as we are, implies with the resources we have and the abilities that we have, would we be able to defeat him with those rather than waiting a day and changing spell lists and stuff like that?
I would intonate it as the party's capabilities rather than the literalism of what you have at this moment.
So the fact that Owen has banishment on his spell list would be taken into account.
Yes.
If it's helpful.
Yes. I feel like I've always been very generous about logic over gotcha on divination, so you can...
I like that. Pour one out for the homie Karad.
Karad knows what...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'll ask him. I'll give him a ring.
I can't wait for fucking your sis to pick up the phone and go, really? You're asking?
I mean,
she's just gonna go, oh, you poor thing.
Well, then what do we do, right? We're screwed. What did she say? Hold on. She sent Owen ascending last session, and she said, or was it 2 sessions ago? No, it was last session. It's the only thing that keeps him the binding. If he has it, he cannot die, and even without it, it is only temporary. It must be separate from him forever.
We need to find a way to separate him from the binding.
Correct.
Which could mean to kill him. I mean, you could straight up just ask Karad, would killing Korvir separate him from the binding? Because that's...
Would
but again, that
banishing him
presupposes that he can be killed and that we can kill him.
Yep. That it does.
Because, like, if we, like, you know, if fucking, you know, I don't know, full power White Witch can kill him, like, I don't think we have a chance here, guys.
Ugh.
Well, in that case, we fuck off. Simple as that.
Let's just go. Let's just leave. Let's head to the Dragonheart Isles.
Let's start a coffee
You guys
shop.
good? Like, you're kind of losing it tonight.
A little bit.
I mean,
we're given the final boss at level 8, and we're like, can we do this?
Yeah, this has been building up. This is not new, man. This has been building up the whole can we do this?
So hear me out. Hear me out. We get a boat, go to Dragonheart Isles, start a coffee shop.
Yeah.
Put this all behind us.
I think, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Meta-wise, I'm going to have Owen ask if we have a chance to win. And then I'm just going to say fuck it and cast a spell again.
Nice.
Sure.
Yes!
Love it.
I love it!
Yeah,
Oh.
sure, buddy. Finger guns.
Depending on the outcome of the
it's
first
fucking
one.
Korvir there. Yeah, buddy, you got this. Finger guns. I'm Karad now. Hello.
Meta-wise, no shot we have a fucking chance of taking this dude
Right?
down,
I mean, come on.
But
Come on.
In an ideal environment, if we're all
But
thrown
like,
in an arena,
what if we
probably. Like if we're all thrown into one big arena with nothing else, maybe with him with his 4 like biffle fuck buddy, Soul Striders.
that is true. One Soul Strider almost.
What if?
took
Hold
us
on.
out
What if we
twice.
infiltrate the castle and then use Owen's expert knowledge of its interior to steal around it in the nighttime and just gank all the Soul Striders during the night, and then we fight him in the
sleeping,
daytime?
That assumes they're sleeping.
Well, I mean,
In the early morning when they've gone to bed.
Then could I manifest an Eevee and Alraste swap? Just
Whoa.
really quick.
Whoa. Fucking issue.
Evian just turns into a
fucking
skinny
reaches
elf.
Evian's ass, pulls him inside out. It's Alraste.
Oh my god.
A bunch of daggers clank out with him.
Ugh. They were all up there.
All right,
That might be right. We might be losing it.
Posing my question.
I think we are
Okay.
losing it.
Anything else you guys need to discuss while Nick composes? Either himself or his question.
I don't know, are we willing to die if we fuck this? Like if we kill, theoretically, if we kill him here, right? And then the town is still batshit, and they just gank us. Are we all right with
Can
that?
we just like find a nice place to huddle up for like
Yeah,
an
that's what I
hour?
said, we go
Then Rom
see-
flies us
we
back
go
the
see
fuck
Win.
out.
We go see Win, who has the powerful binding and who's like.
She won't let us in. She'll be like, "No, fam, sorry, you're
He's
on
dead.
your
He's
own."
dead, I promise.
But this is like after he's dead.
Okay.
This theoretical, we go see her is after if we manage to kill him and the whole town is against us, then we go see Wind and she protects us from the town.
Wait, hey, Nick, could you just say, "Hey, God, what does that binding do?"
Oh, there's a fun guarantee question to
That
ask.
would be a good fun question to have.
But like, is that the question?
We can't use it though. We can't use it though because she's fucking being a bitch.
But then we can understand potentially how the heck he's like connected to it.
I feel like knowing how many of us are gonna ask if we go tonight, how many of us will die.
That's actually a really
No,
good question.
it is
No,
out
we
of.
don't
It is
know.
absolutely out of the question that we go fight him tonight.
But is it? What if he says 0?
I have
What if?
nothing
What
to
if he
defeat
says
this
0?
this creature.
What if he, motherfucker? I got 8 stuns.
Motherfucker.
Okay, well that's great for you, buddy. But when you get mind fucked by the greater vampire, and I have to get punched in the face by Evian,
I was gonna say when he gets
mind.
I was gonna say when he gets disintegrated.
Well,
Yeah.
that's fine. No big deal.
Motherfucker.
Alicia is a counterspell machine. That's just what she does.
Counter the disintegrate.
Yeah.
All I'm saying
Well,
is if Evian
when-
gets
when-
disintegrated, I'll kill myself in real life.
when
say
his
that.
fucking orchestra of Soul Striders don't counterspell Alicia, then maybe we have a chance.
I mean,
That's why we kill them first.
All right, so
Listen,
Owen, what is
we-
your? Are you gonna ask what the
Listen.
binding does?
Do we know that
I feel like that
Korvir
would be a
doesn't
good
have
one,
like
though.
a kangaroo ass pouch on his stomach where he keeps a couple of Soul Striders at any given time?
Would that be a better?
Isn't it part of the transmutation magic? That's one of the transmutation magics.
Oh,
Just a very small soul strider.
like you guys like fight him and like
things in the whole setting.
like
Yeah,
Owen
like an-
Owen cuts his fucking shirt open and you just see fucking Simon's
Like
teacher sitting there in a
32 men.
pouch.
Yeah, it's like a bag of holding, but only for people. he just has a bunch of soul striders with him.
All right, come on,
that's
insane.
I don't
Nick, you
feel like
gotta
that's a
help us
better
here.
question.
We're losing it.
I don't feel like that's a better question than could we win?
Well, you could also ask, does he have several small soul striders on his person?
I'm not asking that.
I think what the binding does would tell us what his connection to it is. I think it would give us
But
insight
that
into.
could also be a secondary question.
I do think the binding will tell us
Single question.
whether or
I
not we need to
agree.
go and kill him, or if we need to like sneak around and just get Win and get the fuck out of here and leave this cult to the
We
little
can't
thing.
sneak around and go get Win. She will not let anyone.
Here is your DM freebie. I want nothing more in the world than for a fucking failed divination about what the binding does.
That does not help me at all.
I would absolutely
Your
love to
freebie
give you guys
says
random
something
bullshit.
useless. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I did. No, but the thing is, failing that one is kind of more problematic because there's more chances of having something that will like put us in the wrong direction. The whole it will be very obscure anyways, whether we can succeed or not. So that's my opinion.
I feel like William had a good question. If we go tonight, how many of us will die? I feel like that's better than do we have a chance?
It's more specific.
Yeah.
Then I feel like it's better.
But like again, the answer could be 0 in that Korvir just mind fucks everybody and we become his slaves.
So
it could
be an evil
it could be
campaign.
we all die because we'll all die eventually.
Okay. If we go tonight, how many will die as a direct result of that?
You guys are free to assume that I'm going to assume what you guys are saying, and you don't. This
Yeah,
isn't. You don't need to finicky wish.
You're not the lawyer.
Genie.
Yeah.
Karat's got our backs. For
I feel
one
like
question.
I genuinely feel like that's the question.
I just like maybe this is just kind of meta, but I'm like, how would Ben exactly know anyways?
That's the part I would have a lot of fun trying to
Problem.
explain how many of you die when I can't predict the dice.
That's his problem.
But I mean, but you can relatively predict it, you know? You can be like, probably a couple. All of you.
Like if Owen asks, "Can I climb that staircase?" The answer is obviously yes, right? But
Yeah.
I don't know.
But that's why I feel like that's a better second question, because it's all kind of gonna be, well, you know, probably kind of.
But if we ask it first and we get a 0, you know, that's pretty cool.
Well, you know, there's bare minimum 1 Soul Strider and a God Vampire.
Yep.
So the answer is probably at
Well,
least one.
when you put it like
You're really
that,
stacking it against us here, Ben. Let's be realistic. There's some guy who is crying several times.
Listen,
and then
you
the
guys
Soul Strider that
you
Simon
guys
knew
snuck
from
around
study
3
hall.
Soul Striders and an entire Red Band army and succeeded. I don't think I've
And they had
stacked
to fight
anything
several of
against.
them.
well, I mean, we sort of half succeeded and then almost died.
And then you dumped that guy over the fucking on the fucking
After taking on
cliff.
several of
First
us.
off,
That
that
was
was
one-
all me.
One die roll.
Don't you
from
say
complete
we.
and total utter annihilation.
Oh yeah, if I'd rolled poorly on that, we would have died.
Yeah, well, you
Like
know.
no chance we win
At
that.
least been captured. Yeah.
We would have probably died.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna ask. Here's what I'm gonna ask. Just fucking shout me down if this is a bad idea. This is what Owen's gonna ask, because he is really opposed to the idea of fucking just charging in there like the Light Brigade.
Coward.
Given a night's rest and some time to prepare, can we?
And a few
defeat-
hours to prepare.
I just said that.
Yeah.
Did I not just say that?
Yeah.
You said it was some
definitely
time.
did.
That's not very specific.
I
That's
intonate
actually-
based on
I know,
logic,
I know,
not
I
lawyer.
forgot.
Given a night's rest and some time to prepare, can we defeat Korvir in open battle?
If you say Korvir, that rhymes.
Thank you for your input, Mitchell.
No problem. I think that's a good question.
Sure.
Or I'm sorry, can we, the Shine Watch, defeat Korvir in open battle?
I was assuming in this situation we was the 7 of yous.
I know that you were going to intonate that, but I think it would be cooler if I actually said it.
The Shine Watch and Alicia.
I mean, she's a temporary honorary member.
There you go.
She's got her Shine Watch green card.
Yeah, there you go.
That what you're doing?
Yes.
Alrighty.
So, after some discussion, Owen sort of just kind of holds up a hand, takes a deep breath, and he says, I'm going to ask Karad if we can defeat Korvir. If the answer is no, then we will have to think of something else. All right? And he looks around for confirmation.
Ishri nods.
Yeah.
Deviant also nods.
Yeah.
And then you look to Simon for even more incense.
I was gonna say he goes to turn around to go meditate, and then he gets like 2 steps, turns around, and sort of sheepishly looks over at Simon. Simon, can I borrow some materials?
Simon will drop his bag on the floor and start going through it and pulling out what you need.
Knock another 25 gold off, Logan.
I am just a mule!
Oh, this is where Walker remembers to mention the fucking cost of the dinner and to get another gold from Simon as well.
Alright, so with that, Owen, you head off to divine an answer to the question that is desperately plaguing your mind.
He doesn't go too far. Probably, somewhere underneath, like, a place of importance to him. Like, I don't know. I assume Virat has some of the same qualities as Noshduin, where there's, like, greenery around.
Yeah.
So he'd sort of, like, eyeball it, like, oh, I think I'm about here. And I think there's, like,
a garden above me.
A garden above me. Yeah, something like that. Look for the damp soil above him or something, I don't know. And then he'll sit down, lay out his things, sort of make a show about placing his bowl of significance, not be satisfied with where it is, move it like a 1/4 inch to the left, that kind of stuff.
I feel like you should have grabbed 50 in case you ask a second question. Now you go all the way back if you need to ask a second question.
I mean, like I said, he didn't go far.
Okay.
And I think he'd rather have a chat with the boys and girls after the first question anyway.
The incense lights. What is the official question?
So he composes his breathing. He focuses on his love for Wynn, Karad, his home, and he says, mostly to himself, I think he almost whispers it. He says, Karad, after a night's rest and some time to prepare, can the Shine Watch and its companions, Banyan, defeat Korvir in open battle? And he releases the magic.
And as you do so, the smell of the incense begins to fill your nostrils, and then it just begins to fill your world. And as you kind of just focus more on the scent and breathing, feel this very uncharacteristic breeze, and stand in that same opening you have a few times before now. Wind sitting there, looking over the root-laden pond. He just looks back at you, with a warm smile. When? You're really here?
Are you in? I am.
God is... conflict. He focuses and looks down, staring into the lightly rippling water. And she, once you're looking at it as well, she taps it with one finger, and as the ripples fade, see, it is not your reflection or hers looking back at you, but that of Korvir. Can be. You can defeat him. But it is only temporary.
Will return.
What was that, Nick?
He will return? Question mark.
Gives a nod. He'll come back. Keep coming. So long as access. The binding.
Defeating him will not cut him off.
She looks concerned. You see as the almost trance-like answer she gives you, she just shakes her head and gives a warmer, more genuine smile this time, much more Wynn-like. Just kind of claps her hands, almost frustratedly together, and just... From what I know, it's not a matter of... You can defeat him and he'll be gone, but... Protect the binding. Because he can't get to it. He can. No limits to what he can do.
So we will just have to fight him forever?
No, not fight him. Stop him. Oh. This time needs to be incapacitated. Then, only then, could we... And she pauses for a moment, and her eyes go wide. And the next 4 words are fucking... You could see as the occurrences of what she's about to say seem to occur to her as she's saying them. Break the binding.
Owen goes pale. You don't mean that.
She just stares forward. It's the only way to stop him. As if she stares as if this revelation was only occurring to her as she said it, and she just... He controls it. It's so powerful. But... Kill him, he'll come back. Break it without him able to get to it. Only way to stop him.
What if we break it after we kill him? Is it not the same?
She looks in the water and puts her hand in. As she lifts it up, you see this faintly silvery, greenish, turquoise blue lantern she holds up. I don't know. feel like he'd be back. Just holds it up, looking at it, and...
But you do know. You know
Okay.
when. You know that if we can defeat him and not kill him, it is then that we can break it. Tell me you are sure.
I don't know. God speaks in mysteries to me. You think I would be so... And she just frustratedly just grinds her teeth for a second. Do you think I would be so... Absolutely. I would not speak to you in riddles, Owen. I would not speak to you... Strange ways. There were more direct answers I was given. A medium.
I know, when I know.
Oh, no. Can't keep doing it, though. God, scared. What's happening? Can't keep breaking them. This has to be it. We have to live with these consequences. We have to break this, and then we have to be done. All of it.
I'll tell them. I'll tell the others. He reaches out a hand to touch Wynn on the shoulder. We're coming, Wynn. Soon.
Can't. Holds up the lantern and looks at it one more time and lets go, and as it falls in the water, the splash, it disappears. Can't leave it. That's why he's... onto it.
Well, we know what we have to do. What must be done.
Just shakes her head, and as blinks, just exhaustion seems to be setting in. She mouths, "I'm sorry" to you as you turn around, and you are once again sitting in front of your now burnt out sense hole.
I think he is he's breathing quite heavily when he comes back to himself, and he doesn't immediately get up. It takes him a few moments to gather himself, but he does eventually get to his feet, gather his things, and slowly and ponderously he returns to the group.
For a long few minutes, you make your way back to the group, where they are all still licking their proverbial wounds after the clusterfuck of earlier. What are you guys doing?
Waiting to hear back?
Walker's probably just fucking resting, just eyes fucking closed.
Alicia's just nervously looking up, probably as there's racket from the people above.
Ishri is pacing back and forth, and I assume Lily the dog is following her.
She is, very nervously, like almost copying you, while at the same time her eyes seem to turn to the bone that she was eating. But she can't seem to draw herself away from the nervous pacing.
I'd imagine Evian is sitting against a wall, legs, like knees up, almost looking too calm.
Owen arrives back with hopefully good news.
Owen enters in a bit of a daze. I think he's done this before, where he's gone off and sought guidance and then come back and sort of not really been all there, and his eyes look a little glassy as always.
Does he do anything immediately or just stand there?
This place has a door, right?
Yes.
Is it open or closed when he returns?
Probably however he left it.
Oh,
Probably open.
yeah, I would imagine open.
So when he returns, he sort of he steps around the corner, and he kind of just stands in the doorway. Like I said, looking a bit dazed, glassy eyes, maybe swaying a bit.
I think after a moment, that Walker would kind of, like, sigh a deep breath before opening his eyes and just saying, "Well, gonna keep us waiting."
He blinks a few times. Well, I have good news and bad news.
Let's hear it.
Karad believes that we can prevail. He sort of goes to speak, bites his tongue, swallows, licks his lips. But Wynn thinks that he will just return over and over, unless we defeat him, but do not kill him, and then break the binding.
Walker scowls.
Evian kind of scratches his chin and says, "Already broken one."
Can't get a real victory here, can we?
There's never victory with things such as him.
I think I would count the defeat of a great evil such as Korvir a victory.
And how much? Sorry.
At great cost, yes, but who knows how far this darkness will spread if we do not do something.
And how much would Alicia know about beings being bound to an item? Or something like a prison? Because we kind of assumed it might have been some kind of prison.
Arcana check.
Very good.
The concept of something being bound, there are not a lot of, like, there are arcane means to leash something similar to what is being described in a way. There are ways to bind things into a prison, but with Korvir being as purportedly powerful as he seemed, the bigger thing is, what can fucking subjugate that? But, like...
Oh no.
Yeah, like, there is no willing situation here. Like, the big thing would be something took Korvir and bound it to this binding, apparently. You would also probably be able to intonate, based on what's been explained, that with your knowledge of bindings, as tenuous as it may be, broken bindings are bad. The idea of having something so powerful and the only way to kill it be breaking bindings is something of, like, an insurance policy to make sure one of them is broken, or victory. So, like, even in defeat, there is a victory with Korvir's existence.
No! Dude, it's got to be like number 2 or something, right? Greater Vampire Man? Come on.
Yeah, it would have to be a bad one, huh?
No, it can't be number 2. That was the candle.
Yeah, it was.
So it's either number 1 or number 4. Jesus!
I don't think it's number 1.
I don't think it's number 1.
Can't be number 1.
But yes, did you have anything specific beyond that, King? About your question about
I don't think so. That makes sense for her intonation on it, and like she understands that things that are bound to other things are usually like people would bind powerful creatures or powerful people in order to. Would it be usually in order to preserve them, or would it usually be or in order to like stop them or contain them?
Usually,
It's like, can it make it people last forever? Kind of like a Voldemort nonsense kind of thing? Where he just
you mean
bound
like a
himself purposefully so he
phylactery?
wouldn't die?
Like a phylactery?
Sure.
That doesn't... I mean, there's so little research on higher vampires. The concept of one being able to live forever completely, like,
I mean, I already
unrelated.
know they're immortal.
Yeah. So,
But would
in all
that be done-
likelihood, him being bound to a binding, God, I really should have found a better phrase for that. My apologies. Is probably, you would imagine, has nothing to do with him being a vampire.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But like in general, why is this done? Like, why would she know?
There's not really a general, but in this case, it definitely... There's no positive to him being stuck to that thing. Like, if what Wynn says is accurate,
it's upsetting for him,
then...
it's upsetting for us, it's just not good in general.
Yeah, yeah, like, him being literally bound to it, as Wynn seems to imply, not helpful for him at all.
Okay.
So, you would imagine, in all likelihood, something had to have bound him to this. He almost definitely did not do it himself.
I mean, so if he's bound to this binding, it's probably something else that bound him to it. Like, he's supposed to be one of the founders, right, of the Citadel? Is that that's something established, right?
Yes.
So, something at some point bound him. Oh, and he said he would die, didn't he? He said he'd be defeated, and the Garish people would be angry. He knows we're gonna break a binding. He knows we're gonna do this. He knows that this is a part of whatever's Korvir's plan, or what he thinks is Korvir's plan, is to break the bindings. That's why he's bound to it. He knows he has to die in order for this binding to be broken, which means he's part of this big plan to break the bindings.
What choice do we have?
No choice but to follow through with it.
So it doesn't seem like it's willing, but I mean, maybe it was. Maybe he was a part of this plan and he accepted that he'd have to die for this, but that's just the hill that he's willing to die on.
So we are fucked either way.
Mm-hmm. Essentially.
We know not all is lost. 5, not counting this one, 5 bindings still exist, as far as we know. We can only account for 7 being broken. Right? Am I 1? And he starts counting on his fingers. Petrica, Rhinus, Furos, Anduros, Darapet. 5. 5 have been broken, 7 remain.
5 have been broken that you know of.
Yeah. He said that.
Okay.
Can we really guarantee that the candle and the staff are
Safe.
unbroken? Given what happened to them?
We cannot.
Summit.
It's looking like we fucked up at every turn.
This is beyond us, Walker. We should never have been entrusted with all of this.
But if not us, then who?
Well, not the
summit.
not the
what it should have
summit,
been.
not anymore.
Somebody has to do it.
What I don't like is what happens after. Are the consequences of breaking this binding worse than this?
Worse than the Shadowfell spreading throughout the lands?
Correct.
And Korvir doing whatever he wishes.
That is the problem. If that is a part of the plan, then surely it is worse. And I personally cannot fathom what worse could be.
Is there a prison that could hold it?
It's binding?
No. Korvir.
Well, in theory, I mean, there is such a thing as like magical type prisons, but I mean, I don't know if there'd be a way. There definitely wouldn't be a short-term way to get anything like that. Like just small places that would be safe to contain like a magical item, for example. Like a small magic-proof, safe area would take months or years to make. Something that'd be able to contain a person's or a creature that's a person size and also magic as powerful as his would, if possible, take decades. Probably.
Makes
We know
sense,
of
Ben?
one.
Based off of what I know?
Yeah, I mean, the only other context with regards to prison is when you initially got your legend lore, Alicia.
Yeah.
But the binding was described as
prison.
the prison for the right hand of Nathir. So yeah. But no, everything else seems to track.
I mean, it'd be hard to say.
We know of
So-
such a place.
Such a place as
You mean the vault?
magic-proof area?
Yes.
There's no way we'll be able to get there.
Not quickly.
With him in tow?
Impossible.
And are they following us?
Unless we hit Lokar.
Tell them to bring a greater vampire inside of a magic-proof box that you can only hope will actually contain him.
I don't think it will.
He's also very charming. What if he just talks his way out or something?
So, we have to go through with it then. Stop him long enough to break the binding.
Oh my gosh. Man. No.
Not my proudest moment. But I need to know if unconscious people are considered willing.
I mean,
They are,
obviously
aren't
not.
they?
Would they?
They should be.
I think it depends on the person.
In context of D&D.
Depends on the person.
Well,
I mean,
if they're unconscious, they can't be unwilling.
if you go based off of
Ooh. Nick, no, Nick.
In the context that we're talking about, you know what I'm saying.
No, Nick. No, very bad, Nick.
to be fair,
Anyway.
in lifeguard context, in Canada at least, if somebody falls unconscious, you are allowed to perform first aid while you're not if they are
That's-
conscious and telling you not to.
That's in American context as well. They can say no while they're
My.
conscious. The second they're out, you're allowed to do it.
Oh my.
You're allowed to see them only when they're actively dying.
Not if they're only passively dying. Then you can't see.
If they are actively drowning and they can still say no, I don't need help, you aren't allowed to help them. And
Anyway,
I think it's
so-
if they can say no, they are not actively drowning.
Okay,
They-
we got a
you
little
cannot
off
speak if you're
topic while I
drowning.
had to double check something after you guys mentioned Lokar. But that's okay.
It's
Continue.
alright. It's okay. It's alright.
What if? Okay, hold on. Like,
Okay.
we could totally just walk there, right? And like, it would really suck, but Evian could just punch him every like 6 hours, right? Like that'll work.
Fails until he fails, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
we just
succeed.
keep him at 1 hit point, and then we stretcher bear him, and then Evian just watches him the whole time.
Does
And
anyone
every
have
time he
spares
opens his
to
eyes,
die?
Evian just punches him as hard as he
I
can.
think Owen does.
I was gonna say, if you have spare the dying, we can keep him at 0 HP.
Nice, solid.
That's the
Oh my god.
that's the Angus McDurk special right there.
There you go.
Let's just get your dad to help us.
Everything's bad. I don't like any of it.
Let's also gag him so he can't speak and tie his hands.
Cut his arms off.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Spare
I
the
was
dying. Cut his legs off. Spare the
we
dying.
can
Cut his
turn
tongue
around.
out. Spare the dying.
Okay.
Could we just cut him into little
Literally?
pieces and put him in a lead box?
And you just can't spare the dying every cut.
I was gonna say we could literally turn him into a nugget.
An
Mitchell.
An amputee.
How small can a
you can at
vampire
least
be
remove
before
his
it's not a
hands.
vampire anymore?
I mean, I'm not wrong.
Anyway, so
No, this is a legitimate. If we cut off his arms and legs, he can't do much, right?
It's Korvir, dude. He could probably regrow limbs.
Yeah. It's like fucking Piccolo.
Okay, so, we have this information.
Well, then I mean, at the end of the day, there's not really a way for us to guarantee that we can get rid of him unless we actually defeat him, right?
Looks like our hands are tied here. The monster must be taken care of.
I mean, this was part of their plan, but they're not wrong with their plan. Whoever
Owen.
they are.
Oh, and if you ask another question, there's still a decent chance that the answer is correct, right?
I suppose it depends on what you call decent.
Could you ask what the aftermath of the binding being destroyed would be?
I could, but because we don't know anything about it, there will be no way to know for sure. When I cast a spell more than once before, I had a good idea of the answer I was looking for. This time, there is, short of it being the first question, there would be no way to know, because we don't have a frame
There's
of
no-
reference.
Yeah, there's no guessing if it makes
I
sense
mean,
or not.
Our frame of reference is that it would be very bad.
The bindings that we know of have had many varied effects.
None of them good.
Does knowing the result really affect things? I suppose that maybe our immediate actions after it's broken.
I mean, it could also change where you decide to break it. Do you need to break it immediately? Couldn't you get out of the city at least?
We could do the old stretcher walk to like a couple miles out the city.
I guess the
I
longer
mean-
we take to break it, the longer
You will have to return.
defeat us.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if we do murder hundreds of people in the city, wouldn't it still enact his initial plan of bringing a portal of the Shadowfell here? That's what I'm saying. It might be worth getting out of the city with it.
But then we would have to both defeat Korvir and then be able to extricate all of us from the city. Maybe not all of us, but a few.
Without the angry mob keeping
Item.
us in the act.
I mean, if I still
No,
have
I
magic at that
think-
point, I can teleport out.
What if it doesn't take him long to get back, to find us, to get us? What if we're in the middle of a crowd?
No, I think our best bet is to break the binding immediately. I don't like it.
So, we're gambling with not only our own lives, but the lives of everyone in the city.
We already are.
Suppose you're right. Well, that's what we must do then.
The way I see it is, for me personally, I've already given my life once. I'm willing to do it again. I think any Gar would be willing.
Owen smiles.
Alicia nods.
And some non
Dude, Gar's going on.
And some non-guys, I'll wager. She kind of like winks.
Going on this mission, we all already gave ourselves up for dead. I just worry for the others, for those who have no say in it.
They had no say in being controlled either. They're fucked either way.
My concern is mostly, the other plane coming over, but...
That is going... I mean, if we do nothing, it will happen. If we break the binding, there is a chance it will happen.
I suppose when you put it that way, there's only one option.
Yeah.
I mean, everything bad that could happen as a result of us breaking this binding is going to be an eventuality if we do not.
And even he's convinced that this is going to happen based off of what he said.
I suppose once this is done, it'll be up to, your father to deal with the rest of the city. Walker says with a look towards Owen.
I pray that we will be around to see that, Walker.
Well, we still have one last thing to do after we take care of this, don't we? Your other sister?
Well, that's not good for you. Got lots of things to do after this.
I suppose so.
Got to find Alice. Got to find your family. Got to go get Evian married. He kind of punches him on the shoulder.
Right.
Like a different lifetime.
Then we have to prepare then. And that starts with sleeping. Tomorrow, Simon, you'll need to send your familiar out to get an idea of the guard patterns on the walls. Try to find a good place for us to land, things like that.
Are we going during the day then?
That should probably be best.
There is no
Maybe.
reason to give him an undue advantage of it being nighttime.
I just hope us being spotted by people won't be too much of an issue.
There will be people out during the day and at night, I feel like. Given that we are dealing with 1/3 of the city being nocturnal, at this point I feel like time does not matter as much.
Ben?
Yep. There's nothing in Pass Without a Trace that says that it can't be stacked, right?
I'm pretty sure
No.
you can't stack the same effect.
Fair enough.
Like it specifically says the same effect doesn't stack multiple times.
Okay.
Like you can't haste somebody twice, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. Just thought it would have been funny.
Although
Jeremy
could you have
Crawford-
multiple blesses go on the same person?
Ugh, I don't think. I think specifically you can't have the same bonus apply twice.
Yeah, Jeremy Crawford in 2016 tweeted out the player's handbook, page 205, a spell does not stack with itself.
Well, firstly, Jeremy Crawford's a bitch. Secondly, I do agree though.
I mean, I agree, it's fine. I was just
I mean,
confirmed.
he is a bitch, but
Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, you could not... There are no spell... You cannot stack spell. The same spell effect.
Yeah.
Well, hold on a minute. Now that we know that it is possible to defeat him, must we go tomorrow?
that is a good point.
Don't you need your
The
rest,
question
Owen?
is, how long do we wait until
Aye, that's what I'm thinking.
the negatives outweigh the positives? If we wait, say, 2 weeks, he could... Fuck. I mean, the transformation could be complete.
He cannot we know that he cannot proceed without the binding, right?
No, he can proceed, just not at the rate that he would like to, right?
He seems to be finding other ways to bring his plane to him, but he doesn't seem to be able to.
Then again, if last night is an example, if he can only convert one person per night, then
Do you know?
As much as I hate to say it, what is 10 more people?
Do you know what I saw when I looked at him? I saw fear.
You did?
Alicia, you said that that's not how he usually is.
It's true. Also, this is off. For the conversions, it's more than one a night. He did one last night, but he's done over probably a dozen more, perhaps, sometimes. It's not as limited.
Right.
It was a shorter time yesterday. There did seem to be... I don't know if he definitely had some uncertainty about what would happen.
Maybe not
I
fear,
don't know.
maybe panic.
Well, think about it like this. If the wolves were not a threat, you would leave them in the henhouse.
Oh, he definitely seemed to be, as Ian put it, panicked. He definitely did seem caught off guard, and I mean, to be fair, he did seem nearly convinced that just him saying that he will be defeated seemed to be implying that he knows that he might be, the binding might be broken, that he might be killed. Or maybe he thinks that he'll be killed in a temporary manner. Either way, he seems to be fearful of something bad happening to him, or at least panicked about it. Which could also mean that perhaps he was not willing for this whole bound to the binding thing, but...
So what are you getting at then?
I say let him stew in his fear. We do not need to rush into a hasty conflict when waiting could make us stronger, better prepared.
My only concern is what preparations they can make as well. They're mages.
And it's not like we're taking a relaxing vacation to go fish on a lake for a week. We're going into the Petrica to fight off waves of undead creatures.
I mean, if we can bring Alice with us, that is also another advantage. If she is in a state to be able to assist.
I'm sorry, but the city is the more important issue. We should deal with this first, and then go get Alice. Because if we're going to be tapped out on our resources from one of them, I'd rather die in the Petrica and fail to get Alice than die in this city and fail to save these people, and Korvir gets the binding.
Korvir cannot get the binding, though.
For how long?
Wynn has been here for months.
And if we die, she'll be here for longer.
And if we die, the rest of the Garsh army will follow.
Well,
But
our list of
perhaps it
allies is short.
Aye.
And short of my father, Alice is the fiercest fighter I know. If there is anyone who can help us, it is her. If she is in a fit state to do so.
But what are we going to sacrifice to get her?
And, I mean, not to be...
That is a good point.
unkind, but do we actively have a silver weapon for her? Can she cast magic?
She might not be of use fighting the vampire, but
How many?
I have seen her kill countless Red Band.
Oh, and
How
I do
many of the
not
people-
doubt the abilities of your sister, but to be blunt, are the resources that we would use to go get her equivalent or less than the benefit that she would give?
And how do we know how many people aren't already vampires in there?
I suppose we don't.
I'm sure she would still be a wonderful fighter, but she would immediately be at a disadvantage if she's a fighter with a blade of steel.
And will she be able to hold herself back? We can't kill anyone while we're in there. We don't know if one will just open a portal.
Ishri,
We
our
have a choice when
magic
it
is
comes to the
not.
Soul Striders.
Our magic is not. I mean, look at Simon. You know, they killed us all with that blast. It does not discriminate.
I will also say, Simon has a very unique tool at his disposal.
I don't know if we should consider that.
If worst comes to worst, that is something to keep in mind.
I do agree with Owen for the whole magic does discriminate. I don't have many spells that would. If somebody. It is very unlikely to leave somebody just unconscious. I don't have spells of that nature.
I have hands of that nature.
You're one man, Evian. We will need your hands to be punching the snot out of Korvir.
Is the idea.
I also could use some resources as well to see who exactly is a vampire. If we assume they and only they have drank his blood, then we can know who we can kill and who we can't. Though I assume once we get inside of his keep that most of them...
if not all of
And-
them.
Yes.
Then, from what I've seen, it's not restricted to vampires, the people who drank his blood.
No, like...
I mean, it's not really a question of whether they're vampires or not. The vampires, to become a vampire, Korvir is the one biting them.
Do we know that for a
Okay.
fact?
Yeah, well, yes, that's how vampire works. Them biting
That's
him.
how whatever you've read about vampires say they work. But this is an actual vampire. We can't assume anything we've...
What I'm saying is, we can't assume that only the vampires are the one who have his blood. What I'm saying is that there's a lot more people who bit his wrist than he bit them. The whole logic of this thing is that if they have his blood, they could do the portal. Then we cannot restrict that line of thought to only vampires. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is, given how many people we know have drinking his blood, can we assume that that's what's turning them undead?
Ben, there's a different ritual kind of thing that's going on when he makes them into vampires, right? Or would I not know?
I mean... You have not overtly... Like, that is not part of his nightly ritual, which is to drink of his blood. Which, there ain't nothing in none of them books about whatever the fuck that is. At all. So, like...
I mean, I guess maybe all the books I read could be wrong, but I've read more than one source about how vampires work. There's nothing about vampires or other people, regular people, drinking vampire blood.
We're treading new ground then.
Well,
Or this is about the
not
portal
all.
thing.
Aye. We do know from what Lokar told us through McShane, or through what McShane told us through Lokar, that is the way to open doorways between the planes.
So that seems to be his own, safety net. He's making sure that the people, if they get killed, will open the portal to his plane where he's stronger.
I don't think it would work with just one. That's what Lokar told us, is that it wouldn't be so easy for Ishri to get back using the same method. So I think it'd be, if it comes to that, I think we're fine killing a few people.
Then that's fine. It's just, we were saying initially to only count vampires as those people, and I was just trying to say that's not the limit of it. It could be anyone, or most people.
Either way, we have to assume that everyone in there has that blood.
If we could bar the gates, that might help us as well.
I mean, weren't the gates closed after he went back inside?
Right, but like there's a
Getting in
difference
there
between
and
closing
barring
the
them so
gates,
people can't get in.
Yeah.
or this is a nice crank that you use to open the gates. Let's just break that. We don't need that.
Didn't the guy use magic to open the gate?
He did use magic to open the gates.
Yeah.
But there's probably still a crank. I feel like that asshole is just being extra.
I mean, in all likelihood. You would know that there was a crank at one point, Owen?
You said like the gates were never closed.
Yeah,
so
exactly. So like,
what's that weird thing on the wall?
I mean, yeah, it was like that's the crank that never got used, and then presumably they barred the gates during the siege of Virat a couple years ago, and that was probably the first time the gates had been actually used in many years. So, I mean, the concept of successfully barring them is probably more effective to bar them now than it has been in a long time. Like, there's probably stuff in there to do it.
So, at this point, do we have a reason to wait until wait beyond when we're fully recovered?
I don't think so. No.
How many days will it take? Do you think?
I know personally I would be good in half an hour, but the casters I'm sure will take longer.
I can be at full strength in 2 days. I can
Hey,
be
man,
at
give
full
us a long rest in our funny hideout.
I'm sorry?
Can we get a long rest in that funny hideout we're in?
Probably be a few days, but you could.
Oh well, there you go.
Define a few like 3.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 days, depending on if you guys are actually gonna do stuff or just rest and plan.
Might not be a terrible idea.
Walker only needs Walker only needs a night.
Yeah,
Keep his spell slot back,
so-
otherwise it's a one-use fucking see invisibility that you get back from a long rest, which isn't.
I would get an extra rage,
Actually, it's find traps.
though I don't know how useful that is.
I mean, rage is pretty helpful, but you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
do
should-
you have a rage left?
Yeah, I have 2.
Okay.
So it'd be good, but it's not.
It's not end all be all.
You sure?
Owen's down to level 3s, so he'd need 2 days to get that back.
So it seems like 2 days is long.
I'm only down 1 level 3.
And that's assuming that we don't, cast anything else.
Right. We can have to try to Romcast everything we need.
Rom's gotta be the sending girl now.
I mean, Alicia can cast some stuff if need be.
Alright, how about this? While you guys figure out what the plan is moving forward, we'll take our last break of the night, and then when we come back, we'll, time skip 3 days ahead, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so, you guys have a plan now. You've talked it over for 6.5 hours, and you have a plan.
Yeah, we took a
It's
bit
not-
of a
it's not a
break
very
to
good
discuss.
plan.
Listen, it's better than wait to do the plan later.
So what's the plan?
William, that was literally our plan when we went to Borealis. Wait and
Yeah.
see. That was our plan.
I mean, we could just keep waiting and try to get information, but there's not much we can do considering it's a fucking keep. Like before, we were trying to find out where the thing is. We know where the thing is because of fucking Owen, and the one in Owen and his fucking funny sister and his knowledge of the fucking keep. At the moment, our goof is we need to more or less kill every single soul strider in there. So between now and then, when we're fully rested, we need to keep using the familiar.
Well, hold on now. Hold on.
Huh?
Can't we just fucking can't Simon just send a boy in there in shadow form?
Yeah?
I don't. That's
Yeah.
with soul striders present.
one
That might
person.
be might be a bit rough.
Is it? Can they do anything?
I mean, see invisible
Yeah,
things, detect
dispel it.
magic,
It's not
spell
invisible.
things.
Invisible. They could see it and then just dispel it.
Detect
That's the thing,
magic's
though.
probably the
Walker is
big one.
best sneak in the group, and even I mean, with pass out trace is pretty solid, but it's not foolproof. Like, people can still see a shadow.
But
All it
like,
takes
You
is
can
one
pass without
mistake.
trace and invisibility.
Yeah, I mean, he also passed without trace and also did have the shadow thing done.
well, we
Like,
could just
even
stack
then-
everything on him and
Pass
like
without trace, fucking invisibility, fly, just
Funny
get in
shadow
there.
mode.
Yeah.
You can't fly in shadow mode because shadow mode specifically sticks you to a surface.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
you
he
would
can
need
fly
you would need
But
miscompass
he can
for
fly
that.
in a 2D plane on the surfaces, so he can go over the wall.
He can only go up and down.
All right, so what's the plan then for the night, you guys? I ask for
Get
this.
Now we
some
sleep.
rest.
All right.
Send the familiar to go see what's up during the evenings.
An anxious rest.
Yeah, so we rest for 2 days basically, and we also send in the familiar every night to have an idea how the patrols work. We send him in invisible.
Okay. These are patrols for the keep.
The keep.
To note, so for the sake of ease, since whether or not you guys keep watches, it seems that the these tunnels are unnoticed at this point.
We
For the sake
probably
of
still keep
narrative
watches.
ease, you won't need to roll. You will be safe enough for your time
Good to
under
know.
here. There is, by the following morning, that first morning after or encounter Korvir, you would note there is this very faint misty fog on the ground in here.
Even in the
tunnels, then?
Yes, in the tunnels.
Horrifying.
Is it outside of the tunnels too, I assume?
Is it magical?
Not overtly to the point where it detects magic would tell you.
Mm.
Oh, so it's just to make us uncomfy.
We eat the fog. All of it.
As you... So, for the first day, anything specific other than scouting that you want to do?
Does Simon give us any like information on like what the city is like after the first night of the rioting? Or is it nothing pretty much changed at all? Are there people still like constantly going across the streets?
They are moving in groups now. Like, there are literally, I would note, there are people who are literally, like, asking for certain people.
Like, as in us, or?
Not specifically yet, but, like, have you seen that red banner, Davis? I know he just got here a couple days ago. String him up, bring him to Korvir, that sort of thing.
Oh, God.
They are definitely turning on each other at this point. Like,
so there's just all semblance of pleasant
Honestly,
joviality is just gone.
No, that's the weird part. It's not. People are happy while they do this.
I feel like that kind of works for us, though, if everyone's against everyone.
A bit, but I mean, we're still gonna
We're
fuck the
just
moment we had up
another
there, you know?
group. You know? Like, we're
I
just
guess, but I still
another-
feel like they'd, try to go for us as soon as we get
Yeah,
up there.
as soon as one person says, "Hey, I don't recognize them," but like we're just.
I don't recognize you, bitch. You know.
Oh, no, they don't recognize
Alicia.
Alicia. Yeah.
Yeah, Alicia will do her best to gaslight them.
Yeah. I mean, Alicia's already a recognized person who's been living here for weeks.
Yeah.
She's got plausible deniability. So, regarding guard patrols, they have, there is no overt patrols outside of the keep, besides the singular fact that a couple of red bands sit at each of the gates. At this point, by the following morning, all of the only gates left open are the northeast and the southwest gates, which are the two main gates. That's the one to Citre and the one that you guys initially came in that goes towards Darrow and Mortis Miter and Borealis.
Did we ever actually go through a gate?
The one you guys were near. I apologize. That's the one you guys came towards when you were, like, that's the direction Ishri was moving when you, when she ran into Alicia. So, that is about the short and long of that. The other two gates are pretty much permanently shut at this point. Like, there are no guards near them. They've just been chained and barred from the inside. Other than that, there are no patrols. They've probably doubled the amount of guards on the outer gates, and they are essentially checking people, and like a lot more people seem to be trying to move into the city. Are any of you going up topside, or is this just going to be scouting from Onyx?
If anyone tries to go up, Walker would insist on going with them. But otherwise, I don't think he's going to try to. I've been considering it if he's gonna.
I mean,
go for a walk or something.
Alicia would say that she could make people, like, 2 people invisible pretty easily. Like, invisibility and pass without a trace makes you very hard to detect. But it's the whole, like, is there a use for this? We already kind of know what's up. The only other use I can see of going up there is potentially to interact with people, but even then, like, it's not like we're gonna know what binding does by doing that.
We should only go up if we have a necessary reason to. As of now, let's just plan to stay down here. We have plenty of food for now. Well, not even for now. We have plenty of food to last, so.
I would also like a
fine.
perception check from Onyx. Got advantage on that.
Do well. Do well. Do well. Declare it. Declare how well you're going to do.
Actually, I am thinking big.
Thinking
He's thinking big,
17.
everyone.
Well, that's a 9, not a
big.
7.
Thinking average. Thinking
It's
mediocre.
Yeah, it's average. It's...
A 1.
The
And
only
it's
thing of note beyond the commanded find out patrol information that Onyx is able to get for you on the first day, people are no longer allowed out of the city.
Huh?
They're allowed in, but not out. Until this is dealt with. And apparently, a group that went out that first night, last night, lit fire to an entire block on the southern portion of the city.
Love it.
Outside of the walls, that is.
Fucking degens.
Nice. Did they get punished for it?
I don't know.
Okay, well. You know.
Other than that, that first day goes by. That is Millis, first day of the week. Look at that, new week. Yeah, it goes by fairly without any other untoward information or anything. A second day, you guys rest, still here under the hiding under the watchful eyes of Korvir and his unending legion. The first thing noted during that night before Onyx came back, this is going to be a fun one for you, Logan.
Oh boy.
A moon. The moon is currently...
Emergency.
We hold him down. Straps out, boys.
I got 2 sets of handcuffs, one for the legs, one for the arms.
And then we'll just have Evian sit on it.
I was going to say, you need
thinking
just
about
a
that
big
too.
pair of handcuffs.
But on the side, not tonight. Like, fuck everyone else over.
You'd gather you have maybe 2 or 3 days. That's maybe 2 more days if you really want to. The moon is a strange, faded... It's not as bright as it should be for a full moon. Come the next morning, you guys send Onyx out. Another perception check with advantage.
I should mention Walker mills his days away, trying to keep, Sin somewhat active, play catch with her every now and then with a a stick or something, or like a small piece of lumber that he has. Fucking making sure every single one of his bolts is as sharp as fucking possible, as ready as possible, for the upcoming battles. Double and redouble checking the maintenance on both of his crossbows and all of his other weapons. Short swords, fucking the silver dagger. I think that at one point when he's kind of tending to it, he'll pose a question to others. We have one silver dagger. Who's going to hold on to it? And then no one responds.
I think that's everyone's way of saying Walker needs it most.
Sorry, what? I was reading the spell.
Walker said we have one silver dagger. Who's holding on to it?
I do not know how to use a dagger.
Walker kind of like furrows his brow, holds the dagger out, just kind of moves his arm side to side.
I mean, I'm not really used to handling such small blades. I don't think I could make great use of it.
I am awful with any sort of weapon.
You
Well,
should keep it, Walker.
Well, let's take into account what everyone has that can work on a vampire or something like this. Rom, your sword's magic, isn't it?
Should be.
Would that work?
Yes, it should.
Ishri, your sword is also magic. Owen, your sword is magic. Or kind of just like turning on one hand,
magic items.
rolls his eyes. Yeah, I fucking know.
I can make your bow magical if you'd like me to.
Crossbow?
For like an hour. An hour? An hour.
That might be worthwhile doing if we're when we go in.
Probably.
In addition to that, I do have the silvered crossbow bolts, but well, I only have so many of those.
I think.
Evian, you have hands. What the fuck are you going to do for the vampire?
Now hear me out. My thighs are magical.
Why
Can
trying to
my
imply
fists
your hands
not
might be
also be
magical too?
If I
Ben, does Alicia have any knowledge of monks or how that
Of magical
general
things?
type of fighting would be?
Would
she? I'm just
No,
curious.
she would have really no idea about this.
The
This
magic
is
man with
hear
magic
me out.
hands.
If I am able to channel that strength in a way to, I'll figure it out.
I don't
It'll work.
think I'm a fan of how non-specific that is, but
I don't know how to describe it to someone who cannot do it, but I have an idea in my head of how it works. There is.
are you trying to say you know that you knew that you were magical this entire time, Evian?
No. But now that I do know, I feel like there are other ways that I can apply it as well, if that makes sense.
The door.
His eyes narrow slightly.
The door has been
Alicia's
opened.
eyes also just like, what?
Like, if I did not know that my thighs created magic when I jump very high and such, then I would not think to try to use it with other
You
parts
feel
of my
like you can
body,
push yourselves
but
in other
I
ways.
feel like
is that
I am
right?
able to channel that now that I know it exists.
And you are confident that it'll work on a vampire, a thing none of us have ever dealt with.
You see Evian kind of consider for a moment, and then kind of steel himself and say, yes.
Evian's got magical hands. And he looks to the next person. Simon's a spellcaster. Leech is a spellcaster.
That leaves
guess-
you, Walker.
Well, I guess I'm also a mage, but can't exactly blow anything up like you a lot. Unless
blow anything up.
Walker kind of like glances over at Sin.
She shakes her head, and in your head you get, well, I can't blow anything up.
Son of a bitch. Well, neither Sin nor I can blow anything up, so I guess I'm stuck with the silver bolts and dagger.
You also get in your head. I'll take it if you want.
So, are you trying to say you can wield a silver dagger?
She goes over and opens her mouth as if asking you to hand it to her.
Walker weighs how much of a bad idea this is to how funny this might be.
I mean,
Thinking we all need a little bit of levity right now. He does take the silver dagger out of its holster or sheath and will hand it to Sin.
if it wasn't for like a time constraint or whatever, I feel like it'd be interesting to see if there's a way to put something so that there'd be like a small coating of silver that could be temporarily put over her teeth, so that she could, pierce her.
That sounds unhealthy.
I mean, isn't she magical?
I was going to say she's a magical dog.
I mean, yes. She still eats and
Hold
sleeps,
on.
though.
If she is a magical dog, then are her teeth magical?
Walker blinks a couple
Alicia
of times,
In the same
glances
way
at Sin.
that their
Ishri looks at her teeth.
would be magical.
Ishri looks at her teeth. Project magic. No,
As a
Sid.
counterpoint, Evian, are your teeth magical?
They probably could be.
Was that remembering incorrectly, or wasn't Ishri trying to teach Lily the dog how to use a sword before?
She was doing quite well, really.
Probably better than me.
By the way, though she emits conjuration magic, there is nothing otherwise, so, while she herself is magical, she does not seem to exude any magical offensive capability.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she's magic. I think you'll need to give her a weapon. That's the only solution.
We might need to...
Maybe we have them keep an eye out instead of being...
I was going to say, maybe I don't know if Sin may be best for direct combat.
Then I'm sure
Bloodhounds aren't really... They're tracking dogs. They're not war dogs. Walker then glances back over to Sin, who assumably still
She
has
seems
that
more
knife.
than willing to try, and at this point, she is. You can see she's like trying to gauge it to throw the dagger up in the air.
Oh my god!
She's not doing it, but she keeps lifting her head as if gauging it to try it. Please give me a dexterity check for Sin.
Walker's really considering telling her not to.
Evian's really considering telling her to take a fucking swing at him.
And launches it into the air about 3 feet, and then as it comes down, she grabs it out of the air sideways in her mouth. She seems very proud of herself.
She's more proficient than most men I know.
Walker looks worried nonetheless. Right. Walker will go to take the dagger.
He backs away about a foot.
Sin. Now's not the time. Don't do this.
He looks to Ishri with puppy dog eyes.
I suppose. She hits Sid her sword.
Oh my gosh.
He gives you the dagger back. Though in your head you get, I don't know what I'm gonna do against a vampire with the sword. Or is this your magic sword?
Oh wait, Ishri is too. Yeah, she gives her the not magic one.
Okay.
Walker will put the sheath away. So once we're doing battle, I think it's best that you work on support. Work to support us rather than openly do battle with him.
Though she rolls her eyes, she accepts it. It is about this time that Owen get a familiar voice of Kate Shagath in your head.
Oh, damn it.
Yikes!
Kind of forgot that we had to talk to them.
Yeah.
Kate, we're about to commit assault and potentially murder.
Hey, Kate, we're probably gonna die soon. This is where our last will and testaments are held.
Open for a
Love you,
report.
bye.
But Alice is taken. Some fled to Darrow. Sending most of the army there. What are you lot?
Oh
Okay,
boy.
Living.
I mean, Darrow's the place where they're not supposed to go murder, right?
No, Mortismeyer's where they're not supposed to murder.
I see. That's fine then.
Fuck. What do I even say to her?
Still alive, thanks.
About to hopefully kill vampire. Talk to you if not dead.
He responds.
Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? It fucking sucks not knowing Ascending's coming.
He responds. No, it's fine. He responds pretty quickly. We made it to Varat. Please tell my mother to expect Ascending from my friend Rom soon. That's it. It is good to know that things are going well for the Kins. That's it.
We should shrink down Rom to the size of a cell phone and use her S1.
Just
I don't have
casting
reduce anymore.
Damn.
I imagine that the idea of the largest pile of burning bodies in fucking history outside of Borealis has to at least cross Owen's mind.
They
Yikes.
said most of them surrendered.
Well,
That
yeah,
doesn't
they
stop
did.
The guards, my friend.
No.
War crimes.
Hey, first of all, war crimes don't exist. Second of all,
That is true.
Owen distinctly had a conversation with one Angus McDurk, urging him to find compassion in his heart.
Yeah, that ain't.
I
happening,
mean,
folks.
there's
There's
compassion, and then
conversation.
there's what happened.
Yeah, there's one conversation versus a lifetime of how he was thinking and what he believes.
He's a pretty big dick.
He is. That he is.
In all
And he's
ways.
got a pretty big sword.
One day I'll get to tell you all about what happened at Borealis.
When we're dead and rolling up new characters.
I think you told us
Yeah.
a bit
Or
about that
After Dark.
previously.
I
That works
can't
too.
stay for that.
Man, I cannot
Aw,
wait to
man.
make my second rogue in Ven's world.
I can't do it again. I've already done it. I've already tread that ground.
So anyway, with that out of the way,
I wanted to do a rogue net too.
all rogue party.
Dude, all rogue party, what up?
Oh, let's go.
Hey, yo, that would be kind of fun, though.
Anyway, so
Welcome back to Jin's Landing.
Rom, you have Ascending?
Yeah, so after that, Owen would, I think he's mostly been resting, meditating, praying, not off by himself this time. He's like off in a corner, and he's got, he's laid out like his bowl in front of him, and he's got like, his symbol, all his Karad things, but he sort of gets to his feet, makes his way over to Rom, and he says, I just got a sending from Kate. She wanted to know how we're doing. And I suppose, well, I thought that if I cannot be the one to tell my mother what it is we're doing, I hoped that you could. If you wouldn't mind.
How should I explain it?
Do you wish me to write it for you?
Well, I think coming from you, she would take it best.
If I do it, Rom, it's going to mean another day.
Well, I mean,
Which I am happy to wait.
Your words, I mean, if
Oh,
I could just put from Owen at the front, you know?
Well, give me a bit to write it. I think
While
it's,
he's
it's going to be
well,
hard.
while he's doing that, here's a thought out of character. Should we like turn the dogs into something more deadly?
That would be an idea.
You?
Yeah.
Like
You
war
sure does not
horses,
have-
right?
Isha doesn't have summoned steed prepared because she's ready.
Oh, I forgot.
I mean, I suppose because we're leaving today,
Tomorrow.
tomorrow. So theoretically, she could have kept summoned steed and then swapped it out for something better. Could do war horses.
War horses would be.
How are you gonna get him out of the
Is
fucking?
that we if
Yeah.
we're able to
That
get in
ain't
stealthily, we
happening.
do that once we're there.
How do you? No, how? Oh, like change him?
Yeah, if we're able to get into the castle stealthily, we do it there.
I just have 2 horses.
Charging our enemies with their 15
Honestly,
HP.
I'm still down for plan. Fucking reapers of Castle Virat, where we just like Benny Hill around Virat, just ganking fools.
I mean, I feel like that's what we have to do, right? Like that's the goal, right? We get in, we quietly take out as many leeches as we can
if we
alone.
can take out one Soul Strider immediately, that is just a gigantic advantage.
Yeah.
Right, well, if that's the case, let me change that spell out for this one. That's not even meta. We have time.
Also, Fancy says you can do different animals based on what your DM allows. To be summoned as steeds. Man, is there anything deadly that seems feasible to make with a spine steed?
I mean...
Panthers?
Wolf?
I guess a cougar, probably.
I don't think it would be incredibly more helpful. Like, if you want something more useful to fight with as a steed...
Bear would be cool.
Bear cavalry.
Warhorse, I think, is the highest CR of any of the given examples. It's half a CR.
I mean, there was that one time that Kaitis had a war lion, though.
It's true.
True.
There is precedent for this.
That was a magic weapon, though.
Oh,
that was a magic weapon.
Yeah, that was from a magic weapon.
Well,
Man.
Also, don't you have to have seed? I assume you have to have seed it. I don't think it specifies, but I assume you do.
No Pegasus.
I mean, no, it just says
just make
to take the
something up.
form you choose, such as examples.
Pegasi for the boys.
I don't think we can get that until we get Summon Greater Steed,
Damn.
which I don't know what level that is.
70.
It's level 4 spell, I think.
Yeah, gonna be a bit.
Do we have a way of locating Korvir once we get inside the castle?
Ishri has locate object. She can locate specifically like
as long
his
as she has it.
jacket or something.
Something he's wearing.
We don't even need to do binding, but probably I'm assuming locate binding is no longer going to work because we have Simon with us. So,
No, Simon's not a binding. He's a scourge.
Yeah, Simon's a scourge, not a binding. Those are very different things.
okay, good.
I don't know what the CR of a Pegasus is, but for Find Greater Steed, it only goes up to like a Dire Wolf, which is a CR1, so it only doubles the CR that you get.
I'm pretty sure Find Greater Steed is it specifically says you can choose like Pegasus or Griffin or whatever, but that's not
Pegasus is CR2.
Anyway.
Oh, well, there you go.
So, I don't think you're getting anything more powerful than like a warhorse.
Worth a shot.
And I feel like a warhorse isn't really viable.
What about a really angry mongoose?
I feel like it may be more horrifying than a dog, but I don't think it would be more useful.
Well,
I don't
clearly,
know,
we gotta go
man.
for different breeds of
Or like a
dog, alright? Let's
Wolverine or something?
fucking
A
conjure some
badger?
warhounds.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Small group of chihuahuas.
A swarm of chihuahuas. Is that CR half?
How is that amount?
A swarm of rabid chihuahuas.
Like 5.
Terrifying.
You just
There's
get them.
enough chihuahuas where they can like,
It's the
swarm
5
around your
deadly
feet and
sins.
lift you up.
Just standing on a small army of chihuahuas. Oh, that's so
A group
good.
of sin. A swarm of sin.
Wonderful.
Oh, with tiny sin. So,
Is that what a group of chihuahuas is called? A sin of chihuahuas?
Listen, it is now. Chihuahuas exist in the setting, Vin.
Of course.
I don't. It's not even chihuahuas. It's just Sin as she is, but like if she was 5
A
pounds.
bit smaller, just a bit
Yeah,
smaller.
5 pounds. No, if she's 5 pounds.
She's gonna
It's
shrunk
a
down to
very
5
small
pounds.
dog.
There's 10 of her.
Isn't Sin like less than 20 pounds? Like, she's a pretty small dog,
Seems
isn't
like a
she?
pretty shitty steed.
I mean, yeah, she also has 3 HP. 4 HP.
I would allow black bear if you did want a bear.
Ooh.
Oh, that'd be pretty fucking
That
badass.
would be
Yeah.
pretty fucking cool.
Dude, and then black bears are great climbers, so we could just have her climb over the wall.
There you go.
They don't have a climb speed in D&D.
Boo!
Oh wait, no, they
Dude,
do. They have a
that's
30-foot climb
honestly-
speed. I apologize. I wasn't looking in the right spot.
Wait, that's so useful. We just have them scale the wall.
Fucking just spider climb up the fucking wall.
Ishri,
And ride them when they do it!
They're not that big.
God.
They're
You
only
sure what
medium.
bear
You could
is?
not ride a black bear.
you gonna explain to
hold on
Ishri
to
what a
them,
bear is? Be like, it's a big, fluffy
What
dog.
was I talking about bears?
A
Basically
big
a
I think you
dog.
talked about hunting
Oh, by the
black
way,
bears.
I do have spider climb, so if we make a horse, I could get one of the horses to walk up the wall.
Oh my god.
You guys got a lot of plans.
I'm just saying.
Black Bear might be it. The average HP is 19, but they do get multi-attack.
There you go.
They
Yeah, that's
don't
a dog.
trip. But I mean, trip is less useful in.
I'd rather have a multi-attack in 19 HP than trip in 3 HP. With
4, yeah.
Yeah.
How much HP does other Sin have?
Lily?
She has 6.
You has 9! The dog has 9 HP.
It says she has 6.
I think the new sheets might have fucked something up.
Yeah, it says she has 9 for me. Don't worry
I'm
about
really
it.
struggling with my spell list here, guys.
Don't worry about it. So, the plan
Man, it's so
today,
nice not having
you guys fuck around with your spells.
Oh fuck, I have a
Can we talk
Why
about
do you
new
guys do
characters?
that? Can I get back to Onyx's perception check from 21 minutes ago?
Yeah, I've been waiting for a bit.
Onyx just kind of like forgot what he was doing. Everyone else was
shit,
too busy.
right,
He
the
just
mission-
fucked off. He's gone. He's gone for good.
Oh no.
Aw, man.
He was upset he was a pigeon still.
He perceived a better path in his life.
There you go.
We all need one, don't we?
He should be happy I made him a pigeon. His stomach's smaller.
Christ.
So anyway, you guys, as you discuss, Sin spends the day keeping his eyes peeled to Onyx.
Oh.
Not Sin. Onyx spends the day keeping his eyes peeled. Keeping all manner of nullification on anything that happens, and the final report is, it seems like there are a total of 6 towers throughout the wall of the, remember the name, of the Shathmore Keep. It doesn't seem like there's more than 1 guard on, or at least the first day there was no more than 1 guard per tower, so never more than 6 red band. Now it seems like there's between 6 and 12, and they have started employing guards as well. Also on that second day, the mist on the floors has gotten slightly thicker. Not to the point where it's affecting you, but like it's got that kind of almost like just kind of like dry air going on. It just, even just sleeping on the floor, it just kind of makes you, like, when you wake up, you just have a bit of cotton mouth.
Do we have any idea what the fuck that is? Like, Arcana-wise, history, anything?
Is it Misty in the Shadowfell?
No.
Assuming I've never read of something like this, or...
Give me a religion check.
Oh, she's not very good in those.
This isn't
Can
like a
anyone else
weird
give
garish
a check?
phenomenon. is
It
it?
is not a weird Garish phenomenon.
Walker probably commented.
I will also allow religion from Simon, yeah.
Hey, I missed.
Oh my god.
Wait,
Oh,
it's a
Alicia
1.
has-
That means it's a 20, right, Mitchell?
No.
Damn
God,
it.
I wish. It's only the other way.
Do you know how pissed I'm gonna be if I roll a fucking 20 and you steal it from me, you
I'm sorry.
bastard?
He had to
Well,
borrow
no,
it 3 days earlier.
I didn't want our first thing in the skill check to be a fucking natural 1. That would have been...
I know.
It would have
I
just...
just-
You
I'm
were
at
gonna
20.
meet, you were gonna meet Massey. We could have fucking beaten the shit out of him for being
Yeah,
a
but-
bitch.
We would have also
We
just have been
He betrayed
split.
us.
The only difference is would have been split up.
We totally could have
Walker
played that off
trusted him.
as this guy just got here and then we just fucking curb stomp him.
Hey, it's this guy.
This guy got here.
I know this guy just showed up not recently.
Pistol whips him. Anyway,
Simon, this is... It's not Shadowfell. It's got to do with this strange pseudo-plane you're on. It's, as far as you can tell, very powerful planar creatures. When they exert their will, can have strange effects on the plane that they are controlling. So this is either the Shadowfell or the mortal plane. It's something else that Korvir seems to have control over, and in exerting his will over it, is starting to have its own strange effects over the terrain.
Not a big fan.
Not great.
Yeah, not great. But anyway.
Does he tell the group?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Is there anything we have to actually discuss regarding that?
I mean,
by that second night, the night of...
I think Walker would have a conversation topic for that day.
Okay.
So, I was thinking about what we talked about yesterday with Sin and the weapons and whatnot. Sin was a horse once, so conceivably, Sin could be bigger, and Lily too. What, Simon, do you have any idea what, like, is there limits on that type of thing? What was that stupid thing that Sophia was talking about in the forest?
I mean, there's limits, yes.
You know, you remember, right? What she was, the stupid creature she was talking about?
I forgot. Logan forgot.
Yeah, with the weird extra hand on its face and the
Are you talking about the creature Owen talked about the other day?
Yeah, that thing.
Elephant.
What if we turn them into those?
Oh.
Is that possible?
Owen's eyes briefly get real big.
I mean, it depends how strong the spell is, I suppose. Depending, like the spell that Simon uses, right? Simon can create a small creature to be his friend and like look around and be his eyes. It's a small animal, right? So it has to be within a certain size. So if you did that, I don't think a steed. Or sorry, she doesn't know it's a steed as the spell. I don't think yours could be a lot bigger than. Usually it goes a bit with the strength as well. So I guess if the elephant is a big but very weak animal, maybe it could work.
Sam was pretty big as a horse.
I mean, for the elephant's bigger than a horse, though, isn't it?
I guess. I mean, I'd be honest, she probably made it up, but
maybe you could make a creature that is a horse-sized elephant.
Then
at that point we could just like. At that point, we could just do something like a bear.
Maybe. I mean, it is pretty close to like a big horse's size, so that could probably work.
Or kind of glances at Sin, wondering.
He seems more interested in this than horse.
What's that?
Seems more interested in this than horse, and the immediate next thought she has is, then I can hold Ishri's sword.
But does she want to be a horse-sized elephant?
Doesn't really know what an elephant is. Like, get it? Even with Walker seeing it, she's like...
Because then she could definitely hold the sword with her trunk.
And then if Ishri turns Lily into a bear too, well, 2 bears would probably be pretty helpful.
Are we abandoning then any idea of stealth? Even a slight... Like, how are we getting the bears to the keep?
Well, you'd be surprised. I mean, bears can move quite quietly if they want to.
I mean, I could make them invisible,
Certainly
I
more
guess.
quietly than you can, Ishri.
Invisible bear sounds horrifying.
Isha just nods at Evie and
I guess
starts to
if we do this, it would have to be after we already got there.
I would rather do other... I would rather have other magics ready. Than that.
Yeah, is it what, the spell?
I don't know that much magic, Rom.
I mean, a bear instead of
Maybe that would be useful for you to do, Walker, but not so much Ishri.
if it's not
It
your
is nice.
primary, if the magic is not your primary source of the combat, I mean, it might be useful to have a bear instead of a dog for combat.
Maybe. Walker kind of he takes the fuck, I can never remember the term I used for it. Symbol? The pendant? Out of his jacket pocket and kind of ponders it and how the fuck the whole process would work of turning a dog into a bear. That's all I had. That's all Walker had for the conversation.
All right. Other than that, come that night, things in the mist start to get strange.
Oh God.
When you start to take steps, occasionally the mist that you move would puff up and like almost be like hands reaching out to you occasionally as it falls back. Sometimes you'd think that you, as you move, see creatures, small insects and things under the mist. And then when you go to look again, it fades away, gone, as if it wasn't there.
I hate it.
During his watch, if Alicia's still with him, Walk would comment something along the lines of, "I hate this mist," something like that.
It is very strange. I don't really know anything about it, though.
Just damn unsettling.
It is. I don't like any of this plain magic nonsense.
Yeah, that's all I got for that.
It's very fitting that Alicia knows nothing about play magic.
And is there anything else for this day for you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to write Owen's last goodbye to his mother.
Ah, his last will and testament, of course.
It's not his last will and testament. He's already written that.
He already did
this
that.
is like he gets to call his mom before he fucking, boards the ship to France in 1944.
Does he have the fucking ability to get that right now? To do the sending?
He asked Rom to do it for him.
Oof.
Oh my god, he has to do it in 25 fucking...
So
50.
again,
50.
Again,
Yeah,
Owen
50.
is perfectly happy to wait an extra day to do it himself.
Yeah, not with the spooky mist. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah, no. We rush him. We physically shake him until he does it.
Also, Alicia, at some point throughout the few days, she would say,
If ever if ever somebody here makes it out and I don't, could you perhaps find a way to at least let somebody know? I guess I don't really know how you get contact to anybody, but if it's possible, just to find a way to get a letter or something, just to tell them.
You should write it down.
Write down whatever you want sent off. Where you want to be sent to.
Yeah, I'm sure we'd all send off any final letters if something like that happened.
We can just store it here in this room, and if it comes to it, we can always come back and retrieve it.
Okay. Even if I don't ever make it back, Lady Eleanor would probably say something, but yeah.
It's a sad thought, planning for the worst, but it's better than not having a final word. There's a room in the manor used by the McDurk family in Nashtaween that contains all of our final letters, all of our last wills.
It just wants. If it comes down to it, I'll do my best to go find it.
Walker wasn't expecting that as a response, but he'd smile a bit. Well, it's appreciated.
Back to the conversation about the bear, Simon would chime in. I could always turn one of us into, like, a giant bear.
What?
Would I still be able to use stuns as a giant bear?
We
No.
all
No.
turn our head and look at Simon as one.
What?
I mean, I could turn, like, Walker into a big bear, or...
How long you've been able to turn people into bears, Simon?
This episode of My Strange
Kind of recently, actually.
Walker kind of pinches the... Simon, when you figure things like this out, you need to tell us.
What other
mean,
mystical powers are you hiding in that head of yours?
You don't need to know. He turns around a little bit.
I would
Right.
prefer knowing, actually.
Out of all the times.
Oh my god.
I joke, Owen, I joke. I'm sorry. No, nothing else much I'm hiding. I don't hide much from guys.
I mean, that does not sound very convincing.
I've never been convinced by anything Simon said.
Well, that's not very nice.
Even if you ever considered me a nice person,
Not once.
well, I'm glad I've kept things consistent.
You've been nice with me a few times,
No,
Moses.
don't boost his ego like that.
But
Listen, I just feel really bad about what we fucking did, alright? Fucking like puts his head in like one of his hands.
Evian's mind blanks, thinking of which
He
one
looks-
of the things we did.
I
She
was
looks
referring
really
Which time?
confused.
Which time was that, Walker?
So we've done a lot of bad shit, alright?
I
Yes, but which one's really bothering you?
Let's move on. So, bear, right? Why the fuck me?
Oh,
Bears can't use
that was just
crossbows.
a theoretical.
It was a theory, yes. He could be anyone.
Can you turn yourself into a bear?
Should you?
Yes.
I mean,
No.
How does that help
If you-
us?
if you concentrate on the match, wouldn't it be a bad idea to go in as a bear?
Wait. Hang on. Can you turn Sin into a bear?
That
Then,
Can you turn your owl into a bear?
then can I use
No.
animals?
Why not?
They're not, but they're conjured animals. Like, if you bring in a mouse in there, you probably could make the mouse into.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but then
but-
it has no actual, like...
No, it has to be
then
a
it's just
CR
a bear.
lower or equal to the CR of the thing
Yeah.
you're doing. Yeah, no.
Well, actually, it's a mouse that's a bear.
Yeah, no,
What's the-
there's you can't go above their capability.
Oh, yeah. It has to be the CR, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, you
I
can
mean,
turn
you could-
Walker into a bear.
You could make Lily the dog into a black bear, I guess.
You could turn Evian. Well, Evian's already a bear.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
He could be a bigger bear.
Well, I mean, yeah.
A bigger bear who can't stun or rage? Yeah, no thanks.
I can also make him... Then, would you allow me to
I don't like that
make
question.
Walker into a T-Rex?
You do not know what a T-Rex. That does not exist in this world.
as far
Dinosaurs
as
don't
we
exist.
know. As far as we know.
We've been over this. Dinosaurs don't exist.
Yeah,
It
but
happened.
The binding breaks, and boom, dinosaurs.
We haven't over also the fact that there is a creature that looks like a dinosaur in your world. There's some creatures that look like dinosaurs. You've told me this before.
Yes.
We also know that you're a big liar.
The most dangerous.
There were those monsters in the Freelands, remember?
Snap dinosaurs into existence.
How would everyday society in this world handle just dinosaurs?
And then it just becomes Jurassic Park.
Oh my god.
This is the new cult. It's dinosaurs.
I would say,
so
like, you can
funny.
always go with, like, a dire bear.
Dire bear?
A giant snake.
they make those?
Dude,
Honestly, dude,
it's 5
giant
$5
snakes
for
are
OP.
really disappointing.
Well, my logic
we
here
go back
to not fuck him over with polymorph is you know what a bear is. You know that things can become dire. Ergo, you could turn someone into a dire bear. You could turn them into a dire snake.
We know lizards exist. Can we make a giant dire lizard?
Yeah.
How about we go back to the Saturday campaign? I just transform someone into a giant ape, and nothing can go wrong.
Nothing.
Ishri will die. That is.
Somebody will
No. We'll get to negative Ishri. No, that's not possible.
So I did Google it. Most dire bears are 12 feet long and weigh as much as 8,000 pounds.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
4 tons.
You can do a dire bear. Why not?
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know exactly what it's gonna look like, but
What the fuck?
Pretty horrifying, probably.
Yeah.
it's gonna be a big ass bear.
Oh, they are also considered cave bears.
No, I think it'd be
do a
bigger than
dire
bigger
owl.
than a cave bear, much bigger than a cave bear.
Oh.
It would be at
Huge
least
owl?
huge. What?
And do a dire owl.
Yeah.
What about
huge
a-
owl?
Yeah, that would
What
be like
about
a human-sized owl.
What the
That'd
fuck?
be terrible.
I'm
my
pretty sure
God.
Albus summoned dire owls to carry us
Hear
through
me
a
out.
cave.
Dire T-Rex.
No, but dire owl. Listen, we have two people. We have 2 people with fly, and we have 1 person that's a dire owl. Then we have like 3 people.
ride
But again, it's important to conserve resources, a la
Yeah.
Rom's
This is
2
necessary.
spell slots for battle.
Simon
not
just has
entry.
catnap on her, it'll be fine.
I don't-
If Al,
I mean,
what Alex needs,
technically-
what Rom needs to do if she can't get a short rest while we're in the keep is conserve 1 spell slot for the getaway.
Instead, we can just have the dire owl and not have anybody with flight, and then just wait for Evian to carry everybody around.
Evian?
But that would, we also need to make
Yeah,
Yeah, I
sure
mean,
whoever's
Evian is
like
part owl. Like,
is
Yeah.
going,
that's common
whoever's going
knowledge.
there, whoever is the one dropping down can actually take the fucking guards mainly around them quietly. So
Hey, William.
Hmm?
Why don't we just silence the bastards?
I mean, if you'll have it ready, I suppose.
Oh, I got it ready, bro.
That won't silence them hitting the
All
ground.
right.
Yeah, we did.
So, as the second day of the week would close, I hope you guys are okay with this. These discussions of plans and things. Another night in which Simon cannot see the full moon because he's trapped underground in Virat, where you haven't seen the sun in 2 days. Well, you haven't seen the sky in 2 days. You haven't seen the sun in more than that at this point. With all manner of strangeties and what the fuck going on here in Virat, and now a witch hunt over people who they don't know exist. With nervousness and plans all abound, with no ideas but a million plans. Who fucking knows what's actually going to happen? I certainly don't. But with an assault on Korvir seeming all the more likely day by day, and you guys having chance finally possibly end it, we go ahead and end tonight's session. Hopefully with war on the horizon.
Fucking Christ.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh.
D&D. D&D, folks. D&D.
D&D and D and D
D&D.
and
and-
It's rarely a good idea to just fucking YOLO it.
Do it! Do it! You did it once, do it again!
Dude, that's what I'm fucking saying. It
No.
worked. It worked in Browse.
That
Why the fuck
time-
ain't it gonna work here?
That time, we knew exactly where the fuck it was, and we knew exactly
Hey,
what
hey,
the
you know
capabilities
what?
of those there.
You know what?
were.
This time we don't know jack shit, so it'll be just that much more fun.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh
So
my
we
god.
fucking die.